I mean, the old-fashioned way is still good. It's just the music is just abruptly cut off.
So with how mine's set up, it goes Kick, YouTube, then Twitch.
Kick was first?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, hi everybody. As you may have just overheard, we are currently streaming tonight on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, which is new for me doing it this way. So, hopefully, we have a good time with that. I need to make sure I have all of the different things pulled up though, so I could check chat because I'm not I'm not confident that. Oh, hey. Well, that showed up at least. I'm not confident that we're gonna have full chat support and everything on here, so I'm trying to make sure I have everything where I can see it. Adam's just gonna be on all of them. Hand pink waving did not do anything on here, at least. Well, hey, the chat's working. I guess that's what matters most. For some reason,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the YouTube emotes don't show. They do on YouTube, but they don't on here, which is interesting. Anywho, so we're at episode 22 tonight of Adventures from Amethil. Housekeeping stuff. I did go through YouTube and added titles and descriptions to episodes 10 and beyond. I did not have time to do the rest. The things that I wanted to do yesterday, I did not get a chance to do. So that'll be for tomorrow's problems. And yeah, and it's a Megan. Um, on that note, who's doing a recap tonight?
Well,
Not me.
not Adam. He had a week. It's fine. Um,
Today was a long week.
Today was a long week. Man, I feel that phrase. All right. So last week we opened up with Nell peeking around the corner of the jail that they are in the process of escaping, and in their stealth, noticing four guards at a table playing some form of a card game. They quickly sneak back around the corner and alert the remainder of the party as to what we're seeing, and everybody gets in a sort of ambush position. Nell, to the best of their abilities, after we discuss several different ways, somehow we end up on Nell attempting to impersonate the interrogator and mimic their voice, calling over the guards for them to assist with something. Uh, Only one of them is not quite fooled by this and goes to investigate in a now hold on, boys. Something ain't right here. And that doesn't go too well for him as Roderick quickly grabs him and pulls him against the wall. And when the second one comes to attempt to aid the first, Thrain nails them with a Toll the Dead, and both of them drop dead.
They didn't like the bells.
They didn't
I
like
don't
the
know why.
bells. Not a fan. Of course, at this point, one of the other guards near the table is calling out, "The prisoners are escaping!" while rushing down the hall past the closed door where we can't quite see what's beyond that. And before this all happened, person number 4, yeah, he left to go to the bathroom. So we all rush our way to a better angle to ambush people coming through this door. And on their way past, Nell notices in a previous cell a somewhat familiar face. I haven't seen them since this person was 14, but Quick Fingers, or by their true name, Kip, is in the cell. And this was somebody that was always more of a troubled kid, but lived in the lower commons, very poor, very poverty stricken, and took to theft to make ends meet, but lived by the policy of never stealing from somebody who couldn't afford to be stolen from. He's calling out, like, hey, wait, let me out too! And honestly, with the entirety of the prison now on alert that people are escaping, the more hands we can have, the better. Nell asks Desmond for assistance, and Desmond quickly summons a lock-picking kit, passes it through the bars to Kip so he can get himself out while we're all positioning ourselves for the incoming group. Once everybody's in position, Nell pushes open the door to see what's behind it, and a group of, I can't quite remember how many, but there was at least 6 individuals are making their way down the hall, telling us to return to our cells, and Nell just kind of smirks, closes the door behind them as they get in position for when that door opens to swing their axe. And then a command phrase is said, activating the anti-magic shock collar that only Nell still has on because they were hoping to preserve their energy for the coming battle. Well, this goes great because I hit good and strong and now drops. Yeah. And from there, Thoreen and Desmond drag their body off to the side to attempt to stabilize them, get them healed up and ready to fight, while these people are starting to come through the door and fight. Kip is able to take some out, and of course, Thoreen continues to do his thing, while Desmond's just trying to make sure Nell's not dying. But Roderick runs into Kip's cell with a couple of tankards that were sitting on the table and scoops into his pit toilet to have 2 cups full of shit to throw on these guards. That was beautiful. Great thinking. And, well, that was pretty gross, causing a few guards to fail some constitution throws and kind of vomit on themselves. He also threw the collars he had gotten off of the other 3 onto the ground after latching them, so the next time the command phrase is uttered, this piss and shit puddle's going to get electrified and zippy zap whoever's standing in it. Unfortunately, that also includes Thrain. Quite a few more guards are taken down before the one even by Nell, who gets stabilized, stands up, sees the mess, and just immediately just swings at the first guard near them, able to take it down just before the command phrase is uttered again, and then fall right back dead again. And so does Thrain, face first into the sewage. Yummy. It's a lot of chaos of Roderick summoning his Echo to do some battling, since he currently does not have any of his weapons on him. Desmond doing whatever he can to stabilize whoever keeps dying near him, or heal them if he can, while also moving down the hall with Kip, Nell, and Roderick by the end of it to take down this last guard captain. By the way, the guard who went to the bathroom did end up returning to the fight with toilet paper stuck to his foot. He didn't last long. It doesn't really matter much. We finally take down everyone we can, but not without said guard captain making it to the other side of the last door and barricading it and running off to go, what we can presume is get some backup. But as of right now, we're the only ones in this portion of the building. After Thrain is returned to consciousness, he basically just goes and takes a bath in the bathing quarters. Like, nope, I'm yucky. While Roderick and Kip are trying to find everyone's materials, of course, immediately Eva, who is a bird made of crystal familiar thing of Desmond's, shoots off a laser beam and scares the shit out of Kip. And he's like, I'm not touching your shit, it's booby trapped. Eventually, everybody's able to get what they can out of there. Unfortunately, when Eva went off, Kip dropped the one and only health potion that was there, so Nell is remaining unconscious at the moment. But everybody is doing their best to look around and get what they can. After a short rest, Thrain is able to regain his strength enough to heal Nell, who sits up cursing and is like, I'm so glad we finally got that collar off, but it's still on me. And that's what the boys realize. Yeah, they probably should have done the whole attempt and then spared the dying, but hey, it is what it is. They do that the second time, and then eventually, after a few tries, we're able to get this thing off of Nell. And once it's off of Nell and everybody's gathered up all of their usual gear and is prepared for the fight to come, Desmond peers through the eyes of his familiar Ava, and Ava doesn't see anybody coming from outside. There's nothing, which is very peculiar. After thinking the situation through, Nell's able to be like, all right, before anybody runs out there, at this point, I, through my oath, should be able to see the unseen and cast See Invisible. And with that, the plan starts to get formulated, and Nella is handed a invisibility potion along with preparing to cast See Invisibility on themselves so they can hopefully prevent an ambush from it getting to them. But we'll see what happens.
Perfect. And we're going to start it up right at this same location here. Do want to call out that per what we talked about after last week's game, so going to change the exhaustion rules to be essentially a -1 to everything for every level of exhaustion you have. And then keeping it rules as written, if you have 6 exhaustion, you die. But that way, the exhaustion is the player is getting the negatives from it. The party's not, because exhaustion level 2 would mean like Thrain is at disadvantage for all checks, and then movement speed halved, and Thrain's movement's already 25, so
it'd be 10.
Yeah, so like then the party's moving at 10. So I think it makes more sense to keep it at exhaustion will be just whatever your exhaustion level is, you get minus that to every, and then long rest obviously gets rid of it. And sort of kind of a retcon, but I am going to give Nell 1 level of exhaustion based on the death door, not death door, death door, not death door, death door, not death door before getting the collar off.
I get that.
So, and the one thing that I want to do going forward with it would be anytime you are knocked unconscious where you're on death's door, you get a level of exhaustion. Bop.
Also, is Nell still prone? Okay.
No. I gotta change all of that. And I will just create effects for this. I don't have to do this going forward, but make my life easier. All right. With that being said, Nell, more so Megan, you get a fate point for that, for the recap. So thank you. Keep in mind there are fate points. So if you all roll crits, you get a fate point. If you do awesome RP, you get a fate point. And if you get a crit and then you confirm with another 20, all the other players also get a crit point. But if you nat 1 an attack roll, I get a fate point.
So okay, never mind. Yep.
So what?
No, I
What you got?
was reading and then I read it the answer myself.
All right. So, we'll assume at this point. Well, I don't think we have to assume. I think we did. Everybody got short rests in. You guys started making the plan. I think you guys rolled all of your hit die that you wanted to at the time to make sure no one was like dead. Current scenario is while everybody is sort of resting, getting everything going. Roderick's Echo is by the locked door. Kip was on the other side of the room, kind of just sitting against the wall, and everybody else was kind of just like exhausted, sitting on the floor, recomposing themselves. How long in total? So we already know you guys did at least an hour for Thrain's short rest. And then I think we did another hour for everybody else to get a short rest too. So there's at least 2 hours. In addition to that 2 hours, how long would you guys say that you are here formulating your plan, regaining your composure, all of that?
I think it was just the 2 hours. If I remember right, we ended last session like about to open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. I'm just making sure, like, if there's anything else that you guys want to prepare or do or strategize beforehand, like, that we're accounting for it right now.
I'm good.
Good.
Okay. So there is the tiny matter of a locked door in front of you. What's going to be your guys' approach with this?
Roderick, you got this, right?
Yep. So with that, he is going to. Let me get the map pulled up. It's not the wrong one.
I can link that to you. Another thing too for everybody. Make sure that if you unequipped your weapons, your shields, all that jazz, that you re-equip it. I think I already did it for you, Megan, when I was messing with your shit at the end of last whatever to add the spells in.
Yeah, she was equipped. We're good.
Okay.
All right. So he is going to pop the echo to the other side, looking through the peephole there.
So you unsummoned him and then resummoned him?
Yeah.
Okay. How many times can you do that per long rest?
I don't think there's an actual limit. There's a limit to how many times I can have him take an additional attack action during combat. But as far as I can tell, there's no real limit on it.
Okay.
Hmm.
And then with that, let me see. Let me make sure he can. Yeah, let's unleash incarnation.
Yeah, I don't see anything either. For some reason, I was thinking that it had like the same type of thing as like a channel divinity or whatnot. That you had like X amount per, but it doesn't look like you do.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess makes sense because like it's your literal fucking class.
Yeah.
Like you can't do your class except for twice per long rest.
All right, and then gonna then use his ability to swap places with the echo.
Okay. There's so many arrows. Okay.
And with that, he's going to unlock the door and open it up.
All right.
Question: if we discussed this, is there a reason why the echo didn't unlock the door?
Well, he was watching on this side of the door in case anybody was coming. He's going to let us know. So then, now that we're ready, I mean, I could have had him unlock the door, but whatever.
Okay, it's just like, is there
It wouldn't have
something
been as
preventing?
cool, Adam.
No, it wouldn't. I'm just thinking there's nothing preventing it. Because if there's something preventing it, it'd be nice to know, as you know, he
Yeah, I
can't
get
do
you.
X, Y, or Z.
Fucking buzzkill over here.
Just tell Adam the rules, damn it. It's all he wants.
There are no rules. All chaos. So you watch as Roderick stands up, slides open the big sliding metal plate on the door. You see the echo just appear on there, and then all of a sudden, like, just instantly, you see it switch, where you're now looking at the echo, which probably is a little bit of a mind fuck for you to see it. If like everything is mirrored, like all of a sudden the hat's sitting like this, and it's just like just in an instant, like a glitch in the Matrix, and then you hear the clanking of the lock and the door creaks open.
All right, let's move.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I can see in this room off to the side that there's light, as if there was a window.
Yeah.
I know we had to go slightly up here, but we're not at a point where that's just a standard window, is it?
No.
Okay, I thought so. I assumed that was still up there.
No. Truth be told, they shouldn't even be there. That was a fuck up that I didn't catch until after I bounced out the map. The
Okay.
light should only be on the perimeter, but feel free to hold me to there being light there if you really want to. But all of them should be at the top of.
You're
the
fine. I
cylinder.
just noticed it on the map, and I was like, nah, hang on.
Yep. I mean, that's fair, and it's my bad for doing it. So if you want to hold me to it, you do that. It's not supposed to be there though. It should be only on the perimeters.
How dare you? Anyways.
Desmond like walks through the door, puts a hand on Roderick's shoulder, nods as he walks past. No, you're up.
Okay.
Everyone follow suit.
I'll be at the back.
I have accidentally closed my image.
So
So,
as you all
So-
enter into the next room, you see that there's a large hallway with just nothing in it, except for a door to your guys' right, and then in front of you is a large metal door that is closed at the end of the hall.
alright.
What's in the door? Is the door locked?
Let me check this real quick, and Desmond's gonna check for any kind of traps on this thing.
On what?
The
my
big
God,
metal door.
If you could see my screen right now, there are so many.
Everybody wants to move, and you are not allowing it.
I'm trying to get the map showing for people who are watching. So Thrain, stop shrinking yourself.
I was trying to figure out what button it was.
The door that you're looking at, that one, are you looking inside?
If it's unlocked, yes.
Okay. So you test it. It is unlocked, even though you just heard Desmond talk about traps. You just opened it anyways. And you can see that it's a storage room. And there's a lot of crates, barrels, and shelves that, from the dim light that's sort of peering through, even with the dark vision, it's sort of indiscriminate. It's hard to tell from the hall what it may be.
I'm gonna see what's in here. There might be something useful.
Sure. Feel free to hop in and give me an investigation check. Desmond, as you go to approach the large door, you see it is a very large secured metal door. What do you plan on doing to check for traps? Not the skill, but like the action.
Oh.
And
He's
back.
back.
Yeah, I just seen that everything just like zonked out for a second.
Oh. Is he
Are we
gone
back?
now?
No.
Oh.
Am I back now?
I see you.
Okay. Thinking restream ain't really working. We're back. We dropped 193 frames, but we're back. What were you saying now? You all cut out.
Checking the entire like perimeter of the door, then checking to see if there's anything attached to either the top or bottom, then anything like tapping the walls around the door as well. We're doing like a full sweep of this.
Okay.
I have detect magic to check for that.
I don't know if anyone can afford tech magic right now.
True.
What skill did you want to use for it?
I guess it would just be like the thieves' tools. That's how rogues normally do it, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just have a lot of options, so just trying to get your flavor of what you're doing.
He's using his thieves' tools.
Go
Side
ahead and
note,
give
why
it.
do I have a -4?
I think it was because you had a -2 to skills and a -2 to checks. So I think it just stacked it. I removed the -2 to checks just to make sure.
Okay.
Desmond, go ahead and give me an Omni tool roll, please.
Ah, it was almost good.
You do not think that there are any sort of traps or anything on here. It looks relatively trap free. Due to you using the thieves tools for it, the door does appear to be locked from the outside.
Okay. While Thrain's still looking around, he's going to quickly look through Ava's eyes to see if everything's still empty around us.
Yeah, so as you're looking through Ava's eyes, who's still on the outside of the barracks, sort of looking down, there's no guard movement or anything that you're seeing, and you're still seeing that same optic of like the entire like eastern part of Durien is like empty, which is unusual for this. Thrain with a 13. You see that it's mostly more rations. There is some wine in here. This one looks more like it's the supplies that the guards who are on duty here would be using. So it is a little bit higher quality, but it's still same type of thing. It's rations, drink, and there are some board games and some cards as well. There is and there are.
I thought I had. I guess not. Never mind.
What's that?
I thought I had some ability for with like some sort of something, but I guess not.
Okay.
For like, well, you can say board games of cards. That usually there's.
All right, slight issue. We are locked in past this door.
Hmm.
We can transfer the invisibility potion to Roderick, and he can do a similar trick, backtracking to where we were first captured,
To
blip
what
out
level?
through the window, come in and unlock it. Um,
You said it was a solid door, no people this time.
Correct. This is a solid metal door.
Oh boy.
All right.
Kip, I don't suppose you know how to unlock a door without a keyhole, do you?
Oh, so sorry. There's definitely a keyhole.
Oh.
There's no peephole. Is what I thought we were asking about. Sorry, but there's a keyhole definitely. I misunderstood. But he's like, you know, I haven't met a lock that I couldn't match.
Desmond like flips his lock picks in his hand and extends them out. Kip.
Yeah, he'll walk over and he fiddles for a little bit, and you hear a click click, and then he sort of looks back for like word of what you want him to do.
I checked, didn't see or find any traps. It should be good.
He gives you a nod, and he pushes the door, and it just goes doof. And he sort of turns and he looks back. He goes, "I think they have it barricaded on the other side."
Perfect. Desmond like turns, raises an eyebrow to Roderick.
Can you push it? I mean,
We can try to brute force it.
yeah, just enough to at least get a crack where I can see through it.
All right, muscles. Desmond steps out of the way.
All right, muscles. Takes a look at the short guy in the feminine form. All right, let's go.
Brent
Can
looks at
Roderick
himself.
and Nell work together on this? Not Roderick. Thrain and Nell work together on this.
It is a standard sized door. What's your plan of attack for two people being able to do this at the same time?
I mean, if it's a standard sized door, I'll just try it alone. Because
Thrain left his muscles in his bed.
I mean, it's just one room back. You can go get it if you want.
That's not his bed.
this is very true. All right, I can do my best. You got any guidance on this, Thrain?
Here you go.
The phone going off at the same time.
It's fucking guidance right there.
That is the guidance spell sound.
Phone
now.
and a friend.
All right, which gives me that's the D4, right? Right. Hell yeah, we like 4.
Hey.
All right, go ahead and give me an athletics roll +4.
And so we do.
Not bad with a -1.
What?
30-20.
Oh, is that -1 from...
Exhaustion.
Exhaustion.
Right. And did the +4 not go?
It did.
What's your modifier?
+6.
It did not.
It
Oh.
didn't.
Do you still
So
have a
it's a
4 in the?
24.
Do you have a 4 at the bottom left?
I put it there, and it apparently just didn't want to.
Okay. 24 then. 24 is good as well. So you push the door, you feel it budge against something solid, and you grit your teeth a little bit, get your footing, and just sort of lean heavy into it. And anybody watching can see the door bend slightly at the bottom, just enough, Roderick, where you can actually see a slim crack into the hallway.
All right. And with that, he'll just kind of look through, and the echo poofs, disappears. And then you'll start hearing some shuffling on the other side of the door. As long as there's nothing in his way, he's gonna open it.
That should be there. All right, so you send the echo out, and the echo's gonna open it.
Yes,
Okay, I wanted to make sure for Adam's sake.
to prove to Adam that he can.
Is there a reason why Roderick's not opening it though?
Be nice to Adam.
That was Thrain asking.
So
That'd be nice to play.
So Nell, you push the door a little bit. Roderick comes up, looks through. All of a sudden, you see the echo kind of zip through, and at that same moment, you all hear a little, and then you start hearing the sounds of dozens of steel bearings falling down down stone stairs. As the echo would see this rudimentary trap put together at the entrance of the stairwell, and all the ball bearings are just rolling down the stairs towards him.
All right. I'm sure he can handle some ball bearings.
You don't know.
He dies.
Right. One hit point.
Oh shit, that got real epic. Those ball bearings, though.
Right. The final boss.
All right, so you open the door, and as the door opens, you all start to see ball bearings sort of raining down the stairs and kind of scattering about the little landing. Everybody feel free to give me a perception check.
Ooh.
How the fuck is Nell rolling better with exhaustion than they have all without it? Megan, you earned yourself another boo-boo-boo. So you now have 2 fate points.
Whoop whoop.
So everybody but Roderick, ironically, as you're hearing the sound of these ball bearings skittering down these stone stairs, you start hearing from up the stairwell above you the sounds of heavy armor kind of like chunking together in unison. And then you all hear one final...
Did the echo move the stuff, or is it still blocking the door?
Well, he opened the door.
Okay, I didn't know if he actually got the door fully open, or...
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And this door opens outwards into the hallway, in case anyone was curious.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just slightly confused with how the map is right now.
Yeah.
So y'all are underneath the map. Where the echo is a stairwell leading upward.
Got it. So you just moved us up a floor, but
Yeah, like
everybody
boop,
but
boop,
Shadow
boop,
was
boop,
hidden. Got it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a good way for me to put tokens on one floor and not the other, so, you know, we just deal with what we got here.
All right. Brace yourselves, boys. They've been waiting for us.
Okay.
And everybody shuffle your feet. Nobody fall down these goddamn stairs. Oh, screw it. Thrain, was there a broom inside of that closet with all of their rations and shit for themselves?
Cliff?
It wasn't something that I said in the initial description, but if someone wants to
But
spend a
it
fate
sure
point,
is!
there you go.
Because I used a fate point.
Yep. So there was tucked between one of the barrels and a couple of the boxes standing up there an old rickety wicker broom.
Gonna snag that to kind of like clear the way while we walked.
Sure.
Nobody's fucking falling on my watch.
All right, I dig it. So what's the game plan?
While Nell's doing that, Desmond's gonna like start picking some of them up and shoving them into his pockets.
Sure.
Ooh.
All right. Trying to think of some form of a game plan.
I mean,
We could still use potion of invisibility to make our way to make my way up there, or someone make their way up there. To have somebody immediately at the top of the stairs so they can't just have us bottlenecked down here like they're clearly planning on. So somebody could invisibility potion their way up, and then Roderick could throw his echo up there, so we immediately have two people right there ready to fight, while everybody else begins to make their way up the stairs as best they can. Anybody else have any better ideas? Because this is all I'm going on right now.
On your orders, Captain.
Cliff, can I get clarification on wording
Sure.
your this in here? Yeah, this. Once you cast either of the spells in this way, you can't cast that spell again this way. That mean I get two of them. I can cast each one once, or only one of them until a long rest.
You can cast either one of these spells in this way. You can't cast that spell in this way again until you finish a long rest.
So I have two of those spells, so I can cast each spell.
Yes.
Free. Okay. Cool. In that case, I can also cast invisibility on myself.
Alright. So that gives us 3 up there. I know Desmond usually keeps back anyways, so that's not a problem for him, and I'm sure Kit can sneak his way up eventually. I can call upon the shadow so we can be more stealthy about anything, but I have no idea if that's going to be beneficial to anybody.
if there is a single point of entry, unless you're invisible, I don't think we're going to be able to sneak past them.
You are right.
And if you can make yourself more quiet with your ability, probably want to do that, being that you are wearing the heaviest armor.
Yeah, if I'm the one invisible, then I should probably, at the very least, concentrate that on myself.
So Nell has a potion of invisibility,
Hmm.
so that wouldn't require concentration.
But pass without a trace does the concentration.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to brain.
Um,
You got a good brain.
if everyone hold for a second, see if I can get a better view of what we're gonna deal with right now, and then Desmond will like put a hand on Roderick's shoulder, tap my hand if anything happens.
Got it.
Then he'll go through Ava's eyes again and set her down and like try to perch on one of the upper floor windows.
Yeah. So Ava flies down onto one of the windows. Actually, I already have her in like a location where one would be. And as you look through, it appears to be some sort of like entry room or like an area where they would have some sort of steward. And the room is completely empty right now. You do see inside there that there are two doors behind there, but everything looks like it's funneled through that one area.
Solid doors, right? No way to like see through.
Correct. Yep, they're just basic wooden doors. And then the door out front is a big double door, nice ornate door.
All right. Well, the entrance is sealed off from the room that we're trying to go through, so I'm not able to see inside of it. But maybe I can make a little bit of a distraction.
We should be
I-
all set with the invisibility getting us.
Yeah, I think the invisibility is still the best option. If you both are gonna do the invisibility and try to surprise them, you're gonna need a way to communicate when to attack.
I can give my invisibility to someone else. That doesn't have to be me. As a matter of fact, I'd rather it not be me. I don't feel that effective right now.
And just for my own curiosity on this, have you all stepped back into like the jail area to have this discussion, or are you having it like right at the bottom of the stairs?
We're not having this conversation echo up where everybody can hear.
Okay.
Yeah, we're back a little bit.
Okay, that's fine.
Kip, what do you think?
Well,
I know you're good sneaking up on people.
I'm good with the stealth aspect of it, but if they have us all funneled into here, I'm not going to be much use in this
So,
against an army.
how do you feel about going up with Nell, getting behind them, then causing a little bit of a distraction?
I think I could do that.
Okay, Nell, Kip, both of you do your invisibility. Maybe also the shadow boots.
Shadow sneakers.
Yeah. Maybe
I can't
Have
wait to
the-
have it all on all of us and just no more effort on me to put it on the whole group versus just myself. So
I'd say if you can, if you're comfortable with it, hold each other's hands, go invisible. That way you're in contact, moving as a unit. Do some kind of 1, 2, 3, then attack. That way you guys are synced up.
sounds good.
And as soon as we hear commotion, the rest of us will run up and join in.
All right. Gods old and new protect us. No, does what they do for that pass without a trace.
And
Go on every booty.
And as you're doing that, you see Kip reach down to his belt and pull out these two black daggers that he did not have before, that he got from the room with all of the belongings. And he kind of like gets them and spins them a little bit, and he holds them blade down towards his forearm. And then he just sort of looks over at you guys and gives you a nod.
Whenever you're ready now, I'll place my hand on his back.
You see him sort of crouch a little bit, and then he waits.
Must do the thing.
Bam!
Did I get everyone?
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes,
Yes.
I did it.
Everyone but the Echo?
I don't think I can put it on the Echo because the Echo's not technically a person.
It's an object.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Dang, does it know that you refer to it as an object?
I mean, fucking, what's his name who writes the rules does.
I mean, technically it says me and my companions. Do we consider him a companion? Oh, never mind. It says a creature that receives this bonus. Okay. So
Where does it say it's
he
an
ain't no
object?
creature.
Because it says if it has to make a saving throw, it uses your saving throw bonus for the roll. Same size as you, and it occupies space. I don't see where it says it's an object, though. Yeah, an Echo Knight's Echo is an object, it says. When I look up Korra, but it doesn't say that in the rules. But this is weird. It says, gray image that occupies space. It isn't a creature and it can't be targeted. Then why the fuck does it have an AC of 14? It has to be targeted if it has an AC of 14. That doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
Just
getting
like
mixed information. Guess what? It's a creature in my game. How about that? Are you talking on mute, John? No!
No.
But where'd he go? I'm still here, right?
His headset died. I think he...
There, now it's on Echo too.
Nope. Can you hear us?
So your headset's working, the mic's just not.
In the audio source on the settings on the side. The settings of the next and disconnect.
If you
Try
need
to
them big,
turn it
you
off
can
and turn it
come
back
get
on.
my headset. Please told while we have technical difficulties.
Oh, there you are.
Heard you.
Hello?
Quiet, but we hear you.
I don't know why that was. But anyways, yeah, they wrote it as an object so that things like being able to buff it like crazy, not being able to automatically get flanking,
Yeah.
and shit like that.
Yeah, I see what. So Jeremy Crawford says an Echo Knight's echo is an object. It's a translucent gray image that occupies a space. It isn't a creature, but it can be targeted like any other object. It's just like you're targeting a moving painting or a hologram with substance. So, I would say for Pass Without Trace, it's fine. I'm not really too worried about that one.
Okay.
Got it.
All right.
And so we all been sneaking.
Yep. And with that,
Nell downs the invisibility potion.
And then cast invisibility. Yep. It's only person I'm targeting. Invisible.
and question for Megan. You said that Nell is sweeping off the stairs. Do you plan on taking the broom with you and sweeping up the stairs as you go, or how are you going to make it up the rest of the stairs?
That's potentially too noisy.
That's why I'm asking.
Pass Without Trace, maybe it's not too noisy.
I'll take your broom from you before you go invisible.
Okay.
It's like technically the broom will be quiet enough, but then everyone is sneezing.
And
I'm thinking
potentially
the
ball
broom's
bearings
gonna be
then
super
falling
quiet.
down the stairs.
Those ball bearings falling down the stairs probably won't be.
It's fine.
All right. Nell, can I have a stealth roll from you, please? Jesus Christ. Okay. Ooh, you
That
rolled
is why we have that
dookie.
pass without a fucking trace.
You rolled dookie on that one. Okay.
It's almost
Roll.
like I get disadvantage on stealth checks.
Rolls a 2, still gets a 16.
That one is actually low enough that I have to do this.
One.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. So as you start making your way up the stairs, the first few stairs you have cleared off with the broom. As you get more than halfway or so up, you start noticing that there are still ball bearings on the stairs, and as quiet as you can be with it, you still have an instance where you kick one of the ball bearings, and you kind of like cringe for a second as you hear the singular as it rolls down the stairs back towards everybody. As you ascend to the top of the stairs, you see a small army of guard in riot gear, and the front row of them have these large tower shields that they have placed to make a makeshift wall, and you see the row behind them have their spears lined up in a way to be able to attack through this wall. And Nell specifically, you see in the middle of the pack that same captain who was saying the activation word for the collar, and as you like sort of make your way up there, you see everybody is like focusing on the top of this stairwell. And then for all parties involved here, as you get towards like the top of the stairs, there's like a little pony wall, small half wall, separating the stairs from the open room. And as you peek inside, it is this giant like kitchen area that you're standing in. There is a table with food on it, and it looks like they were in the middle of prepping when all of this happened, and they dropped everything that they were doing. And there's tons of storage area in there as well. And Nell, you would be able to see on either side of the room there are doors in the far corners. And then on either side of the wall, you see that there are two sets of doors to your left and to your right. But otherwise, it is a big open area.
Got it.
Can I do something while they like are making their way up the stairs? Like as soon as they start doing the invisibility stuff, can I start this? I want to empty out my water skin and fill it up with oil.
Sure. Regular oil or mayonnaise?
Nah, just oil.
Okay. Mayonnaise is mostly oil.
I
But
refuse
also
to use the
eggs.
mayonnaise.
It's for eating only, right?
No,
I
drink.
don't even know. As soon as
Spoonful.
I use that shit, never gonna hear the end of it.
So I was thinking perhaps Kip and Nell would make their way around stealthily to go back into the little hole from this U shape.
Okay. I'd prefer you stay within squares, but that's cool too.
Listen, I was not sure if you were going to allow us to just or not.
Yeah, so I mean, you all, you don't know which one of these dudes rolled a 19. I know which one rolled a 19, so, yeah, no, you're free to do that. So you want to move around the long way, and then you're in the back, and you feel as you get into place, Quickfinger sort of let go of your hand, and you feel him walk off to your right.
Alright.
By this time, Thrain would have moved right to the bottom of the stairs, waiting for the noise, but
Yeah,
leaving room for everybody else to get out.
I think the rest of the group are like lined up on the stairs right now.
Okay.
Thrain already said he's going last.
Okay.
Alright, so you said that they feel him move off to the side. Are they able to like get a hand on him at all?
Sure.
Just so they can do like tap, 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 and then like go to swing. So we're doing like a 1, 2, 3 surprise attack sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah. So you do that. You go 1, 2, and on 3 you feel him lunge. He apparently isn't a 1, 2, 3 go kind of guy. He's a 1, 2, 3 kind of guy.
Desmond explained what they were doing while they were down there.
Yeah. He just doesn't. He's going on 3. He's not going on go.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, not 1, 2, 3 go is what he's doing. So as you do that, you feel him lunge. It still gives you time to be able to do whatever you're gonna do.
Yeah, to just choke up on their battle
And-
axe and shawang.
As he attacks, his invisibility goes away.
Yep.
That is how it works for both of us.
Yep. So
I'm pretty sure Potion of Invisibility works the same way, where it goes
Mhm.
because it's not greater invisibility or anything like that.
and he's gonna go ahead and
Oh, he went after the guy in the middle.
yeah. He's seen who the biggest threat was, and that's who he went after. And yeah, so he's gonna go ahead and do his
Sneak attack.
yep. And yeah, Nell, feel free to do yours.
No, this is too badass of a moment. Wait, should I have advantage on that because it's...
A surprise attack, would it be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would not call it a surprise attack per the mechanics, just due to the fact that they are definitely expecting to be attacked. Maybe not in this exact moment. But I would say you'd have advantage of it, seeing how like you actually have the opportunity to sort of line up this attack and
Come up from behind invisible. Yeah.
yeah. So go ahead and roll a second attack roll, and we'll take the higher of the two.
Invisibility actually does say advantage. If I forgot about that as I cast it. I looked at that.
Okay.
Got it. So, regardless, got him.
All right.
Yeah.
Blah. All right.
Just dropped one motherfucker at least. No more friendless smile for you.
And with that, everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
So many 12s.
Ooh.
The guy that rolled the highest. Blah.
Oh, that was him? Perfect.
They are gonna have damn near all of them go before we get a turn. That's not good.
What's really not good is the fact that where the fucking targeting thing is not. Go to the top of the round, motherfucker.
Did he really? Did Kip really only roll a 2?
Dude, he ain't been rolling hot.
He only has a +1 at minimum, or +0.
Huh?
How would Kip only roll a 2? He only has a +1 or a +0 to initiative. I get by the feel of him, he's a rogue. I don't think that's actually true.
No, he should have had a +4 to initiative.
Okay.
Did it not do the +4? Oh, he didn't roll initiative, did he? He didn't roll initiative because when I roll initiative, I do only hostile NPCs because that way it doesn't fuck up for the order for Ava and Eva.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm saying like 2 does not make sense for a rogue. It's kind of impossible.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay.
all right.
Kip gets to immediately kill someone else. Or finish off.
Yeah. He's just gonna go for it. So why is he rolling an advantage again?
He should be at advantage if he's a rogue, as long as you like an ally was in.
It has to be
Wait,
within
no, that's
5 feet of the enemy, so it shouldn't have done that.
No, it's
I
5
think
feet
it's-
of you.
Is it?
That
thought it
or
was the
its
enemy.
stealth is still, or invisibility is still on him.
Invisibility is
automatic-
still on him.
Automatically is advantage on attack. I don't know if
Which-
it's
That should
fancy
have
grounds.
failed when he fucking attacked. But yeah, no, that's correct. Let me check. If another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of... You don't need an advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it.
Oh.
So it's not of you, it's of it. So in this case, that would not work. What was his other roll? Dropped a 10. 10 plus 5 would have been a 15, which would not have hit. I'm going to go with that one. And then what I will do is on his second attack, I'll take the 23. So that second one will hit, but I do not get sneak attack on that one. So make sure that's not selected. Okay. Merp. And he is going to cunning action, disengage. And he is going to move up to allow Nell to move in. So he does an attack. He switches up with the other one after the miss and comes down with the attack with his offhand. And then he immediately kicks off with his boot, and he kind of like pushes himself to the side, and he looks over his shoulder at Nell. Guard 1, my favorite. He is going to hold action. Hold action. Alright. This guy is going to attack. Okay. He does not have anything to evade that, so he takes the hit. Guard 4. Alright. Nell, you get an additional fate point for them crit failing an attack roll against you. Thrain.
Okay, I'm gonna go up as far as I can. How far can I move?
You can move to here.
Can I see over the wall?
No.
I didn't think
Is that
so.
with a dash that he can move there?
No.
No, that's just with regular movement. Because you can move
Because-
25. If you want to
10,
dash,
20.
you can move all the way up to like here if you wanted to.
So, is there enough room to make it not difficult terrain if I squeeze myself against the wall?
No.
All right, I am not moving
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
What is the wording on you? Okay.
Is he
about
able to
You.
hold an action to move
Nope.
for not until everybody else moves?
Nope. Move is not an action.
A shame.
I will reach over to Roderick and say, "You got this."
Oh right, Nil still has guidance on them.
That was not supposed to go to me, but okay, it did. Roderick has
Thrain
guidance.
looks at Roderick like, you got this. Cast guidance on himself. He's like, sorry, buddy.
Thanks.
Is
Hey, it's
guidance
control click, not shift
concentration?
click.
Yes.
Okay, so
But yeah.
it already had gone poof anyways. We're good.
But yes, so Roderick has guidance.
Okay. All right. This guy is holding his action. Is Eva out?
Eva is part of my armor right now.
Okay. So, okay. All right. Holding
Good thing
action.
I got this shield.
Roderick.
Right. Alright. Gonna come to. He wants to go just enough so that it's like his eye level is, at the floor level coming up the stairs
Okay.
to provide like,
that would
pretty
be like
much
right here.
yeah, to pretty much provide the most cover for laying down fire.
Okay.
Uh,
As you do, you see the three in the back cock back with their spears and unleash at you. I will give you 3/4 cover on this, so they'll be rolling with disadvantage.
okay.
But let's see here. Disadvantage. Boop. Disadvantage. Boop. That's a hit. And disadvantage. Boop. Alright. So you see 3 spears just come launching from in between these tower shields that are up. And then they immediately drop back behind the tower shields. So from what you're seeing here, the 3 people in the back row have total cover. And the 3 people in the front row have total cover behind shields. You can shoot the shields if you want to. But they're actually operating under a fighting style that allows them to utilize full cover behind the tower shields.
Yeah, phalanx, yeah.
Now that I will say, there's not a full cover provision for guard 3 or the guard shift lead or anybody else. They would get some cover just from your vantage point because you are lower shooting up essentially. But the total cover is only for the 6 that are facing you.
Okay. And this big table here in the middle, is that actually is that a table or a rug, or what am I looking at?
It's
Oh,
a big
looks like
table with a rug underneath it. But it is a
Why
table
not
that has a
both?
bunch of like food prep gear on it.
Is it movable, like tiltable?
You certainly could try to, yeah. I mean, you gotta figure it's a 10-foot by 10-foot wooden table.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's a big old table.
I mean, if you broke a leg off, you could probably use that to leverage it a little bit somehow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many legs does it have?
4.
Okay. So yeah, he's going to run over here. He hops over, runs, and he kind of like slides. And as he's sliding, to get cover, he is going
You
to.
used your full movement to get to the top of the stairs.
That was full movement?
Yeah, because it was 10 to get past the echo, then
Okay.
15, 20, 25, 30 is right at the top. You could dash to do it, but
Mm,
I don't think that's going to go towards what you were hoping to do.
okay, fuck it. And then he's gonna stay like in his cover spot then, and aim for table leg to shoot, so it tilts where he can possibly use it as cover against them.
Sure. So, like, you're trying to shoot, like, one of the front ones so it kind of buckles in like this again, so it's facing him?
Yep.
Sure. Give me an attack roll. Go ahead and give me a damage roll, please. Yeah, I mean that's enough. You let one of the shots ring out. It hits the table. You see the table wobble for a second, and it just stands still like nothing happened. And like you're like, man, and like right when you look at it like that, it just kind of, and you see like this large loaf of bread kind of hit the ground and just roll slowly towards you.
Motherfucker. Roderick's not gluten intolerant.
I didn't even mean it that way, but that's great.
As we eat our gluten-free pasta that likes to do this.
That just makes it more efficient to eat.
And you know what? Let's see. One more thing, 'cause I just want to know the environment here. Is there like any chandeliers or anything?
In this room, there are no chandeliers.
Yeah. What is lighting this room?
In this room has a few sconces on the wall, but most of the light is coming from the large oven opposite side of you. That's where like the majority of the light's coming through. Like it looks like they've like purposefully kept this dim.
Okay. All right. Then you know what? He's not going to do anything else. He is going to kind of duck back down out of sight. And if you will allow it, he's going to try and press himself where it'll make it easy for anybody to get past him.
You can do that, but mechanically it's not going to do
Okay.
anything. I kind of built the staircase like this for a reason.
And I'm assuming it's also why they built the staircase that way.
Yeah. Desmond.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's full movement right there.
Yep.
Then dash would be 5, 10. Oh, do I need to go like this? Like another one to the left from here?
Yes.
Or can I like... Okay. All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25... Wait. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
That would be 35.
Would it?
Yeah. You'd be able to go back one from where you were. So you could make it to there.
Okay. And... I guess... Oh, wait, no. He has thing. Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
So, pretty much everyone has some kind of cover right here, right?
Well, yeah. So the 3 in the front are holding up tower shields with their behind, and the 3 behind it have total cover with those tower shields.
Okay.
Everybody else would have some sort of partial cover depending on who you're talking about.
Just tossing the no, because that's gonna be a force blast, not a fire blast. Never mind. Let's just do a regular ass force blast at one of these guys then.
I like the one whose description is calloused burgundy knees, as if we could see them.
Yeah, it has some interesting descriptors. I don't know, like... I need to
I don't
find the
even know
list
what
of all the
chortle is.
descriptors, so I can just
Not
customize them all.
portrait chortle.
Alright, so disadvantage.
Who are you trying to hit?
The guy with the knees.
So that guy, like, all you could hit was his tower shield.
So I can't even attack him.
You can attack him, but it's gonna hit the
It's
tower
just not
shield. So
gonna
like
do
you got to
anything.
go through
Okay.
the tower shields, like an object basically. He has full cover.
Right, well that's his turn then.
Okay. You can still attack it if you want to. Like I said, you could attack the shield and like if
Potentially
you,
break it.
yeah, if you do enough to it, you're gonna break the shield. So
I guess let's see what this D4 can do to it. If it
roll your
even
attack
hits.
roll. If there is an attack roll for it, it's not magic missile or anything, so I'm assuming it is. That is not enough to even hit the AC of it.
Yep, that's what I thought.
But it's better to do that and fail than to just skip it your action altogether.
No.
No, I feel bad though.
He dashed.
Now, question, Cliff.
Sure.
For spells that require saving throws, would I be able to see them, the creature?
It would be the same rules as total cover, so no.
Okay. But could I see, like, in this case, like the guard captain, if I was in a position where I could see,
Yes.
would I be able to at least see them?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
for the purposes of like the mechanics of this and like how they're set up, the front three are essentially a wall. Like all they can do is hold the shields. And then the three behind it, they are set up in a way where they can strike between the shields and then duck back down behind for total cover. Outside of that, they really don't have like that. That's their shtick.
Okay.
So.
Cliff, there's one thing I did want to do with my bonus action on my turn, just to unsummon my echo right now. If that's okay. If not, that's fine.
That's fine. I'm assuming you're gonna summon them like next round or something. So I'm just gonna leave them there for now. But I gotcha.
Okay.
All right, Nell.
All right. Well, next guard.
Ooh, that slow roll.
Right? It's like, oh, spooky, spooky. Never mind. Not the best roll on my end, but whatever. And I get 2 attacks. So, we swing again.
Hey.
There we go.
Confirm that.
Got him.
And
Apparently
you got
I just have all
another.
of the fate points.
Got another fate point, and you cannot earn any more. So. Burn them bitches.
Okay. So now, how are we doing crit damage again?
You don't have to do anything.
Just
it's
roll it normal. I
automatic.
already got it baked in.
Yes.
There you go. So it
Wow.
does max damage, and then you also did max damage on the second die.
I think he did.
Yeah, he's not feeling great.
Mm-hmm.
So Nell just comes through with this like wild overhead cleave and just.
But I can't two-hand because I've got a shield, honey.
You can for flavor.
For flavor, the shield disappears momentarily.
Are you using it as two-handed at the moment?
What? What'd you say?
Hold on.
No,
Keep
it would
going.
have been a 10 if it was two-handed.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I
Question
have it
is-
selected to be one-handed for my battle axe.
Did you
I
ever fix?
am not
Sorry.
using the great axe from before right now.
Did I ever fix what, Adam?
The string loots automatically give out?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. And actually, that message isn't even supposed to be on there anymore. So I'm actually confused at how it is. But Cardelia, if you would like a free Streamloots deck, if you go to streamloots.com/It'sCliffGaming, which I think I still do have the command for that. Let's see if that works. I don't know if it'll work through here, truthfully. But if you go there and set up an account, let me know, and I'll give you a free deck. As a thank you. So, yeah.
So, Nell's going to chance the opportunity attack and move to cover Kip's back.
Okay.
Although I'm still within range of that ferocious howl guard anyways, aren't I? That doesn't technically...
That's not an opportunity attack, correct. Yep. If you move one more, it would be.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Are any of my spells... No, I don't think any of my spells are bonus actions.
You got a couple bonus action ones, but I don't think they'd be ones you'd want to use at haphazardly. Like your
Yeah,
smites,
no.
I think, are all bonus actions.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't think there's anything that I can just be like, and I still have my bonus action.
Do you still
This.
have? Do you still have spell slots?
I had a long rest.
Oh yeah, and you had the
then
collar
I
on the
had
whole
a
time, so you
collar
couldn't do
on.
shit. Yeah.
And Cast
Okay.
Without a Trace is not a spell that is cast using spell slots. That is a racial trait.
Yeah, no, that I know. But for some reason, I was just thinking like you did a whole session without using any spells, but
I
you
sure
probably
did.
did do a whole session without using any spells.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Meanwhile, Thrain's been out of spells for I think this is the 4th session now.
Poor buddy.
You're doing great, man.
It's great.
And Cardelia, that is sent. If you refresh, you will have them. Alright, boop, boop, da boop. Burgundy knees, guard goes. And he pulls out his spear and he passes it to the guy behind him. Is Ava doing anything?
No.
Alright. He is pierced left ear. Weird descriptor.
He was a sailor.
Alright. Alright. He is the lead guard says, you know, first you dishonor the city by slaying the Baron. And now you don't even have the good dignity to await your sentencing. And he says it as he's pulling out the long sword, and he does sort of a flourish as he strikes. At Ba-ba, and then he immediately kind of swings the blade around, comes through, and then strikes down at Nell as well. And he looks around at his men, and he says, "Be on your guard against them. Strike as one." Merp. What's the echo? Oh, echo's not up, so back up at the top of the round. Kip is going to use his sneak attack now that he has an ally within 5 feet of the enemy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
He did not. Oof.
Gotta hit first.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Sneak it. Oh, nope, never mind. Brain not
Can I
working.
use my point on his reroll?
Nope.
Fuck! I tried.
Kip's got to earn his own.
But Kip has 2 attacks, and you don't lose your sneak attack until you hit.
Correct.
Good for Kip.
So
Hopefully he gets it this time.
he's gonna take that second attack too.
Yeah, Kip.
Nice.
I am going to use parry as a reaction and block the attack. So he strikes one and then misses, and he comes back with that second strike like you've seen him do before. And as he does, you see the guard captain sort of just turn his attack to the side and just in time is able to ping the blade away from striking.
Oh,
Good.
also, the main reason I had moved over was because Nell has the ability for, now that he's within 5 feet of her, use their reaction to use the shield thing. Because protective fighting style.
Gotcha.
So that imposes disadvantage, I believe, is what it is. Fighting style, protection, information. Yeah.
Yeah. So make sure you call that out when you're going to use it. Cunning action, disengage, and he's going to move over here. All right. Guard 1 passes his spear back to guard 2. And guard 2 is going to take an attack at Desmond. And miss. Guard forward here. And miss. Thrain.
Okay, Echo's not there anymore.
Correct.
Can I see over the wall?
No. You are 10 feet down.
Okay. Wait, Roger already has guidance.
Yes. And that's a concentration spell.
Well, if he didn't use it, I was gonna give him another one. If he used it, I was gonna give him another one. Well, hold my action. If I see anyone, I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame. Any enemy.
Okay.
If I see any enemy, I'm casting Sacred Flame.
And that's why we got to reword shit.
Yes. I wanted to make sure I said it that way.
See, Adam almost made a sleepy mistake Thrain could have made.
Alright. I'm gonna take that gang up bonus. It ain't even gonna matter. This guy's gonna pass his spear back. Roderick.
Okay. We are going to run. Use the table for cover. I'm guessing that black line you put there is like...
Like how the table is facing now with the leg broken on it.
Okay, because basically, yeah, he just want to come over here. Now, this guy... why can't I target him? The misshapen one that's two squares,
that's really
or
insensitive
3
of
squares
you.
to his left.
You had him targeted for a second. No, you
Yeah.
don't.
Let's see.
Got him.
Uh-huh.
Targeted.
Okay, is he behind the shield wall?
He is behind the shield wall, but from your vantage point, you can hit him. You are gonna be like peeking out from cover to do it.
Okay.
I'm asking. Like I'm assuming you're gonna like
Yeah,
stay behind
just
cover and
kinda-
pop pop.
Peeking around to the left because I know they're facing that way. Yeah, we're gonna pop up, try and get some shots in.
Yeah. I'm gonna say do it with a -2, given the fact that you are gonna have to like literally peek out to shoot and then pop back in. I'm assuming. Because if this is a 10-foot by 10-foot table with this thing cracked up, like it's giving you like you're not gonna look over it, so you're gonna like dip around it to do this.
Gotcha. Okie dokie. We are going to pop up. Pew pew.
It's a hit.
And then, oh, he dead.
Yeah. You peek around and this guy's like, he's kind of crouched down behind the guy with the shield and he has the spear in his hand and you can see him like sort of, he watched you as you ran over and you can see him kind of poising for an attack and like right when you peek out you see him just for a second like has his like side to you and you're able to just pop right into like just the soft side of his armor. And he kind of like slumps down on the guy in front of him and then hits the ground.
Okay, and the guy in front of him.
That guy is behind the tower shield, and like you would have to like come all the way out to be able to hit that guy.
Okay.
Like think of the fact that there's like a big 10-foot table in front of you, like
Yeah.
that dash. So,
Okay. What the? Oh, he's got the pierced left ear.
Yeah.
He's a rebel.
That guy you could peek out and hit. Same thing, -2 if you're gonna shoot at him.
I thought I could fix him. Let's see.
Here's his other ear.
yeah. We gonna try and
It's a
pierce.
magical
Oh,
bitch.
got the -2 from that.
I think a 24
25.
still or 25 still hits.
Not a bad hit. Not a bad hit.
Wow. Hold,
Not the best damage, but hey,
hold
can't
on.
kill multiple people every single round.
Hold on. Hold on.
He's like, you want bet?
But what if we do?
Okay, I can my piercer feat. I can re-roll one of the damage die. The lower the two, and whatever the re-roll is, I have to take it.
Yep.
So I'm going to re-roll the 1.
Yeah, so just give me
Can't
a
get
D8 roll.
worse.
Good job.
It's determined to be a 1, so yeah.
So do you want to
Oh, the
take the
irony.
1, or would you prefer the 1?
I'm gonna go with the 1.
Okay.
You gotta go
Oh, you
with
have to take the
reroll
1,
anyway.
right? Sorry.
It has to be the one.
Yeah, you don't get a choice. You gotta
Yeah.
take it.
We go. Action surge.
Do you have an action surge left? Because you haven't had a long
Yes,
rest.
we took a short rest, and it does come back on a short rest. So the second win.
Okay. Really?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Okay.
because I mean that's all fighters get. So
Listen, you can't use the fighter card when you have guns, okay?
sure I can.
With the blacka.
Right. See, watch, pow pow. Are you cocked, you motherfucker?
The same poor dude, you're gonna hit him again, really? Hold on, wait. That is a miss with the -2. Oh, you did the -2. Never mind. You're good. That's a hit.
Okay, and then that's a little better.
You're like, pa! He's like, oh, but I'm still alive!
Fuck you.
Well, that'll do it. And then
Yep.
his
Good show.
and then his other attack on last bro of that row. Aw.
That is a miss.
Okay. Tucks back into cover, and that's his turn.
No bonus actions?
That would be the action surge, wouldn't it?
No,
No.
action surge is not a
It's just an
action.
ability.
Ah.
That's insane.
Fighters are fun.
Bonus action, you know what? Let's place the echo right next to, on the other side of the table over here, like just below Desmond's token. And that's his turn.
Okay. Desmond.
Get him, Desmond.
Desmond's gonna do something, and yeah.
Need you to sound a little bit more Chipperson.
Right?
Not proficient with unarmed or anything like that, so it's just gonna be a d20. He's going to throw his flask of oil at this middle guy.
You would do just a normal throw attack.
But he's not proficient with unarmed or like improvised weapons.
Well, so the thing with improvised weapons is your proficiency really comes into the damage piece of it when you're doing like the feat for it. If you can attribute the attack piece of it to something that you are familiar with, then you can use it that way. And with throwing something, I mean, throwing a flask or throwing a softball or throwing anything, I would say is the same. If you want to handicap yourself on it, by all means you can. I think you would just do a regular ranged attack roll for it though.
Well, I want to know what we're gonna what the rules for this game is gonna be. Like, if we're not doing the proficiency for improvised, then I'm fine with just throwing my.
For improvised weapons, it specifically says, often an improvised weapon is similar to an actual weapon and can be treated as such. For example, a table leg is akin to a club. At the GM's option, the character proficient with a weapon can use a similar object as if it were a weapon to use for proficiency. So for like throwing the flask, to me, I don't feel like throwing a flask would be any different than throwing any other object for improvised weapon's sake. But that's up to you if you don't agree with that. If you want to just do it regular, you can. But I would say in this case, you don't have to roll. I would do it just a regular ranged attack.
Okay.
But again, if you think that that's not the case, and you think that it would be majorly different to throw a flask versus throwing anything else into somebody, then feel free to just roll the d20.
Okay.
All right. And because it was an attack roll, I get a fate point.
Well, how much was that?
15.
10, 15. Then another 15.
You going to get some snackies?
Yeah. I just start prepping dinner for everyone, I guess.
So wait. Before anything, you were throwing a flask, right?
Mhm.
Full of oil.
Mhm.
Is this your alchemist flask, or is this something different?
No, this is the water flask that he filled up with oil.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna say on a crit fail with that, if you went to throw it, you basically dropped it at your feet. So if you went to go throw that, it just slipped out of your hand. Maybe there was still like some latent oil on the side of the skin as you went to go do it. It just kind of slid out. So if you were standing there, I'm gonna say that. Who are you trying to throw it at?
The middle shield
tower
guy.
shield.
Okay. So I'm gonna say if you're standing there, that this area right here is probably just coated with oil right now. As that flask hit the ground and kind of, or the water skin kind of pooted out water. I'm not gonna say that affected your movement because you kind of ran the opposite of it, but anyone who is paying attention to it, there is a bit of an oil slick on the ground there. So before you finish your movement, Desmond, does that change anything?
Nah,
Okay.
that's just failed attempt. Gonna ignore it. This guy though. Hey. Boo.
I mean, you do 7 damage on a fucking 1. You can't really scoff at that.
So, fucking noodle arms the flask. He just like wide eyes turns, moves the other way, and as he's moving, his black gauntlet that's Eva circle appears where his palm is and starts building energy as he's walking. Then as he turns on the other side of this table, holds his arm out and fires the force blast at him.
And as he's sitting here sort of blocking the attacks that are coming in from Nell and Quickfingers, like, he doesn't even see this green flame hit on his left side as he kind of like snaps his head for a second over there before returning focus to Nell.
Am I able to hit guard shift lead from where I'm standing?
You're able to hit all 3 of them if you want to.
Perfect.
Sweeping attack.
I mean, you
Not
got a
fight.
lot of fate points. You want to try to do something fun.
I mean, all right, yeah, we can attempt a fate point. I think after of this, because bonus action going to thunderous smite. That does. That's the button I press? Yeah. Sorry, still not used to casting spells inside of this program.
You're good. And also keep in mind, you can use your regular smite it doesn't take a bonus action or anything to use a regular smite, so you can stack smites.
Fuck it, why not?
Ooh.
But you don't do it until
Let's
you-
overkill this bitch.
your divine smite. I think you can actually choose whether you're going to use it or not after you find out if you hit.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't even have to use it right away if you don't want to. You can hit and then be like, you know what? I'm gonna slash some stank on this. But all right, do your attack.
Nah. Reroll. Got him.
I'm gonna use his reaction to parry.
He already used his reaction to do quick fingers.
He did.
When he
Oh,
used
that
parry
was
quick
the
fingers.
same round, wasn't it?
It sure was, buddy.
Oh shit!
Trying to cheat.
Yeah.
You know, if I want to cheat, I'm just gonna cheat. I remember. So keep in mind this: I have fate points that I can cheat with now.
Mhm. So, anyways. And he has to make a strength saving throw because of my thunderous smite, or be pushed 10 feet away. And I'd like that 10 feet to be directed through that swing into the person beside him.
All right. So you're trying to make him go this way?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cool. No, I could do that. So give me a D8, is it? Or D6. Give me a D6.
It ran away.
All right. So yeah, you smash into him. You come swiping over with this axe, and as this cacophony of thunderous strikes and the divine smite hit at the same time, everybody in the room, you see like a flash of just a bright light, and you hear this clap of thunder as he hits this guy and knocks him over to here. Guard 3 is going to take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as the other guard flies into him with such force. Are they knocked
Nice.
prone or anything, or just 5, or just
Oh,
back?
yeah, he's prone,
Okay.
which means I have advantage on this next attack on him, correct? Because he's prone?
Because he's
Is that how
prone,
that
you
works?
you would. Let me actually put prone on him, and then bloop. Yep.
Great. And Nala is going to shake their head and say you knew not of the injustice that you are inflicting as they bring down their axe.
Ooh, look what that first one was.
What about the first one? The first one didn't count. Got him.
Yeah, so you come through with this strike, you hit him, and then for a moment there's just this bright light flash, this crackle of thunder as he falls forward, hits the ground, and you just do your follow-up cleave right into him as you say your words. And bleh.
And that... Right, never mind. We're good. I forgot I had already taken 2 attacks, and I was like, and then...
And then what you gonna do?
we'll go fuck this one up, too! Also, he's dying. Does that mean he gets to be blood splatter now? It's like,
He does, yeah, when he dies.
fuck that guy.
So this guy drops his shield, and he heads over here, and really,
Eh.
you know what? I'm gonna burn my fate die and reroll that. Hey, that's better. Roderick, as you're kind of down, your back against the table, waiting for your next strike, all of a sudden you hear like this clatter of metal. Then all of a sudden you see this guy run around the corner with this spear, and he just takes a couple of wild jabs at you, and he hits you across the arm with one of them. Ava doing anything?
Nope.
All right. Echo's turn. Jonathan. Jonathan.
Well, friend, let's see here. Let me get my out of the way of my tracker. Oh, you know what? My echo should not have its own separate turn.
It just goes
Like
after you, doesn't it?
He just does whatever I tell him on my turn.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me do this, and then. Okay, make it easier that way. Same thing for like Ava and all that shit. Shouldn't that go on your turn too, Devin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Make my life a little easier here. Alright, except by doing this, I fucked everything up. Burgundy knees went, they went. Okay, next round. Okay. So he's gonna run over to here. And he is going to fuck up again. He's just not rolling.
He's fired.
Right. So you say that, and then he does something like this, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, he can stay.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we can keep him.
So this guy lets out a ferocious howl as he sees Quick Fingers running towards him, and Quick Fingers just sort of does a slice across the stomach and then stabs him in the neck. And then he is going to, what was that? 5, 10, 15, 20. $25, $30, and he is going to attempt to hide. All right.
No one ever saw him again.
This poor guy though. He is going to drop his shield, and he is going to run towards the Echo.
Does the oil do anything to him?
It sure does. No, it does not though.
Oh.
He hits the oil, and as he's running, you see him like kind of for a second, and then he like regains his composure as he takes a stab at the Echo.
Poof. I mean, really don't have to roll damage.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. You know why? Because I gotta let you see him take 300% of his maximum damage.
Oh no.
And just like that, he's dead.
And then he's gonna move over here.
Not again! Mirror!
I think Roderick's over that now.
Yeah.
Alright. Guard 2. Does not notice the guy stealthing behind him. He is going to take off here, and as he does, going to do a opportunity attack that just barely hits. And he is sneaking. So as that happens, he's not going to run. So he's going to move out to here, see that happen, pop back over. And he is going to do everything he can to fight this guy now. Hey, it looked like it worked. All right. Guard 3 is going to reach in his belt pouch, and he is going to pull out a healing potion, and he is going to pour it in Shift Lead's mouth. Heal 12 damage. Alright. And literally not much more he could do. Thrain!
Hey! I'm up top of the stairs.
Yes, you are.
So proud of you.
He's like, yeah, I made it. This is the fucking Rocky montage this whole time.
So this guy still has his shield up, right?
He does.
So I can't really see him.
You can see his shield.
Okay. These two, though, don't have a shield.
Correct. No one else has their shield up.
Cool.
Who's these two?
Guard 2 and the shift lead.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to point it to both of them. And cast Toll the Dying. Toll the Dead.
Okay. Toll the Dying, like a new spell you made where like you make sure that they take a lot of damage but can't die from it?
Pretty much. Except this guy might die from it. Because he has taken damage, he gets 2d12.
Get him. Yeah!
Yeah, he died a little bit.
And is there any special with the
2d12?
2d12?
Oh yeah,
so
because
I'm
you're up
level
to the next level of it, yeah.
Yep.
God damn, dude, that is such a powerful cantrip. Alright.
5. Okay. That was 10. 15, 20, 25. That's per turn. I have no bonus actions.
Thrain makes it up to the top of the stairs, and then all of a sudden he points, and you hear the large Taco Bell gong go off. And you see the shift lead, who's still wiping the healing potion off of his mustache. Like, just grab his head with it, and you see him just sort of, like, clunk out, and his arms fall limp. This guy is going to drop his shield. And I'm going to use my last fate point to re-roll that. Alright. Whoever's guidance that didn't actually still on, you don't
Roderick.
have now.
Roderick doesn't have guidance anymore.
Yeah. I don't think Roderick
Speaking
had
of
it
Roderick.
anyways. I'm pretty sure Roderick's rolled one time since then.
You can actually pick how you use guidance.
Yeah, you have to
Oh,
choose.
gotcha, okay. It's not your next attack? Or your next roll, rather?
Once before a spell ends, target can roll 1d4 and add it to the number
Nice, okay.
of its choice.
Can that be done on damage rolls too, or is it skill or ability checks?
To one ability check of its choice.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, Roderick.
Okay. All right. So this guy, I got guard 2 selected. Who the fuck is guard 2? Oh, that's the guy way over here. No, uncheck. What the hell is going on? Okay, I think I got it now. Boom, there we go. It was still on the echo. All right. So this guy, he's already facing him, so we will start. That just didn't even roll. It was just sliding on 11, but fine.
This guy is complaining with a +9.
And then takes the other gun, points at this guy, and so yeah, he just click, pow, pow.
Yeah, so as you're like crouched down there, the one guy comes up to hit you, the other guy runs up behind, and you can hear him moving behind after he struck down your echo. And you sort of like look up, shoot the one guy, and just spin around and catch the other guy right when he's about to make contact with you.
Then I am going to peek around, and we will put the. Let's see, how do you do the pointer thing where it goes bloop?
The ping?
1 square of guard 2 is where I want to put my echo.
1 square above guard 2, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's his turn.
All right. Can't you make an attack with the echo when you summon him, or no?
You know what? I could have.
I know my spiritual weapon. I can.
Here's the thing. Like, when I make an attack for my the number of times equal to my Constitution mod, I can make also an attack from his square. However, I was kind of flanked on both sides. So in order for me to even see where any other person was at, I would have had to have stepped away from them. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay. Okay. That works. Desmond.
Okay. 20 feet to there. First guy, the gauntlet peels back from his arm and his actual hand is there, cooking up a fireball. Firebolt, not fireball.
About to say, holy shit, we're getting fancy.
We don't care how big the room is.
Oh.
Hey.
It is not Dez's day.
I will take that fate point.
Alright. Gauntlet goes back over his hand and shoots Force Blast. At least that hit.
Yep.
Then he's good right there.
Okay. Eva or Ava going?
I already did their turns.
Okay. Nell.
Sorry, I really just had to Google the word chortle. It was bothering me.
It's like a breathy laugh, isn't it?
Yes. A breathy laugh in a gleeful way, like a chuckle. So he's just giggling at this onslaught. I think it's more of a nervous laugh.
Yeah, it's a tick. He's seeing this unsurmountable odds around him and his people just getting mowed down, and it's like he's faced with this option of like stay, fight, and die, or abandon and be tried for treason. So he's just laughing at the non-options he has right now.
If they die by them right now, rot in jail, die eventually.
Yeah.
Lock yourself in the cage. We'll walk away.
So now, doesn't want that guard captain getting back up.
You're a monster. Roll a second one because you get advantage. Okay, dirty 20. All right.
Don't unconscious automatically crit?
Should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't gonna bother with that just for the fact that like if you're
just
focusing him when
finishing
he's
him off.
down, he's just blah. Like I'm not gonna try to do like a 3 death save for this guy.
And then attack 2. Go throw Divine Smite on there. Right? Can I do that multiple times? How often can I do that?
You can do it multiple times, but you're supposed to do it before you roll damage. But just do your. How many times can you do it?
It's tied to your spell slots.
Oh,
So as
okay.
long as you have a spell slot, you can just keep doing it.
Ah.
So just go ahead and roll 2d8 for me. All right, tack on an extra 5 to it. Who is this guy? Guard
3.
Tree. That's just enough. So as the smite kind of... What does your smite look like?
If a shadow was somehow glowing, that is what's exuding from the weapon.
Okay.
It appears
So it almost like takes the
it's-
light away.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's just this cackle of darkness for a second, almost like a blink of blindness as the light kind of moves from the area when the blade hits.
And that's my turn.
All right. Back up at the top. Kip is happy that you moved over there. He's like, we need to finish this up and let's go.
As he drives the knife into this man's throat.
Yeah. He says it almost nonchalantly as he grabs the guy and kind of stabs him, and he like takes a step back with him still in his hands, and he drops him and runs over this way.
Damn.
And as this guy's like drawing back to hit Thrain, he sort of runs up behind him and he just grabs his helmet backwards, and like as he turns, he plunges the knife in his chest, and then he just kicks him in the chest, like kicks him in the midsection, as he pulls the blade out and his body just topples.
For reference, if that didn't happen, Thrain was just gonna drop his shield, double hand Warhammer, and no.
Monk.
You're like loosening your grip on your shield as you're about to drop it, and right when you're about to do that, you see Quick Fingers run up behind and just quickly like grab the guy, stab him, and then knock him down. And you like just have just enough time to put your shield back up as this guy, his face kind of bonks off of your shield and like hits the ground.
Look of frustration. Like, really?
I just got here.
He looks at you and he's like, "You've been through a lot, man. I got you."
Thanks.
And then like he kind of stands there for a second, and you see him like looking around and seeing that the battlefield has been basically cleared of anybody else still standing.
Does Big Guard Captain Man have anything good on him?
Give me an investigation roll.
I'm rifling through the guy in front of me's pockets.
Sure. Give me an investigation roll.
Oh.
Clean some pockets. Nice.
I regain yet another fate point.
Need to start using them.
I have been. I'm just gaining them really fast.
You are.
Have you not noticed how badass Nell has been in this past fight? This has been epic.
Because Nell's the only one with any abilities left.
I got kitten trips. I point,
Yeah.
you go boom.
I mean, it works though.
Yeah.
You
Works
Taco Belled the
well.
hell right out of them.
Is Desmond looting anybody or anything in here?
They're all bloody. No.
I mean, there's like a whole kitchen here though, so it doesn't gotta be the people.
Yeah, there could be like some nice spices for making good food.
Desmond's gonna go take a slice of pizza and eat it while everyone's looting.
That works.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's eaten a proper meal in a while, so Desmond's gonna take the time.
You guys are all like sifting through the bodies, rolling them over, checking pockets, and then like
Desmond,
you like stop and look
this is
around,
some
and Desmond's
shitty
got this
pizza, but
fucking
whatever.
this string of cheese from this pizza pull, this string, the cheese pull from this pizza that's somehow still hot, like they just pulled it out of the oven before this encounter started. 24 seconds ago.
Did Des put his mask back on before we came up the stairs? Or okay,
Nope,
I was about to say
Desmond-
he just like walks over, unclips, and is just like.
Oh, Desmond's in a torn up black shirt with a black trench coat over it, and that's it.
Got it.
All right. So
Everybody's pockets gets checked.
everybody's pockets gets checked. Thrain and Roderick, give me a D10 roll, please. That's how many gold you find. As the guards are not handsomely paid, they make a decent living, but they're not rich by any means. Based on your previous encounter with them, you probably get the feeling that some of these guys carry around gold in case they have a game that breaks out that they need to bet on. Nell. He doesn't really have anything good on him, but you rolled a nat 20, so I do want to reward that.
There's gotta be at least some health potions on somebody, not just the one man.
That's fair. Yeah, so on technically guard 3 also had a health potion on him. So you can get a potion of greater healing from them. And then go ahead and give me a d20 roll. Actually, I'll use your confirmation d20. 6. You managed to get 6 platinum off of the guard captain. And look it, we got cards being played now too.
Nice. So Nell's
so-
actually not going to take that platinum. They're just going to take that 6 platinum and immediately hand it to Quick and just continue on as if she didn't just hand him more money than he's ever touched in his life.
Making a lot of assumptions.
Right, yeah. I don't know. I don't
Man's
understand how
got
true that
fucking
is.
socks that are like shoes that are made of burlap sacks.
Uh-huh.
He's been in prison.
Right?
But that's also probably a tactical choice of some sort too.
Hey, this guy that's
Yes.
been known to lockpick and steal stuff, let's just throw him in a prison cell with all of his belongings. Hidden,
Shoes.
hidden lockpicks in his shoes and his shirts.
He's like, I promise, I don't have any more. They turn their back. He's pulling it out of another seam in the sleeve or something.
I promise, we're down. They start feeling down his arm, and then they just, like, give him a look, and he just, like, slides one out from under his skin, like, oh, come on!
And thanks to Cardelia's card, we'll also give you a potion of minor healing too. And then, what I will say collectively, through searching through the belongings and whatnot, because of the card that
Was
that
it, like, last week?
yeah, that Jay played last week. Everybody go ahead and roll me a we'll say a d20 for rights. That looks like a Roderick. Roderick, give me 2d20. I'm sorry, 2d10 rather. All right, so let's go into inventory here.
Give me them potions.
Yep. So we have a potion
Violin.
of greater healing, a potion of healing, and then an additional 9 plat. Everybody that I said found money. Make sure you add that money to your own shit. Not the 9 plat. That's gonna go to the party, so don't bother adding that. And then the other thing that we briefly touched on, but didn't really go into detail about, was Roderick did find a wand, a pair of goggles, a backpack with a terrarium built into it, and a hourglass with skulls carved into it, amidst the gear that was in the prison hold.
Skulls. Brain like skulls. These are automatically interested.
Yeah, if we're taking a moment to look at things, he's gonna just kind of lay them out in the center of the floor. Like, I don't know what these things are. I would imagine one of you knows how to identify them.
I say we sort all this sort of thing after we make it out of the building. I was just hoping we could get anything useful. I found some health potions, so we have at least that. Is everybody good health-wise? Nell's, like, preparing for the next stage of trying to escape this building already.
I'll
Desmond's,
live.
like, Desmond's sitting on a table, like, kicking his legs. Second slice. Yeah, we're in a real rush right now.
All right.
Does Ava see anything out there? Or is it still odd
Well,
nothingness?
Holds up a finger.
I'll walk over and I'll let you know.
And his eyes go white and looks through Ava's eyes and tells her to fly up and look around.
All right. Flying up and looking around, you're seeing the same. You're seeing the same type of scene. At this point, it's like late night, early morning. Your call on semantics, and the streets are empty in general, but like you've noticed that it's been dead around this eastern side of the city, like more so than usual. Can you give me a perception roll with Ava, please? As you sort of come back into your body from there, You think you see some sort of like a flash of like magic or something coming from the north, but you don't really pick up what it is as Ava's flying back.
Like towards the castle.
Yes.
And Desmond's eyes blacken again. Still empty. There's something going on at the castle, but I couldn't tell what it was.
So are we good to just sneak across the street and work our way the back way over
Back to the sewers.
back to the sewers?
As far as I can tell.
And hey, if it's still dark out there and I still am focusing on keeping us hidden, we still have some time before I can no longer maintain this, so
All right. Everybody keep your head down. Follow me.
Desmond, like while he's up there, is gonna grab a slice and hand it to Durien.
Thank you.
All right. You see Quick Fingers kind of get low and start heading out. If you all are trying to actually be stealthy, please give me a stealth roll. If you are not, then you ain't gotta.
Rain's too tired for this shit. He wants to go bed.
I will take that fate point. Thank you.
did you see what got dropped?
Aw.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna have to check
So-
Megan's log history here for the cheats they
So,
got
Stealth,
loaded.
they have a +1 plus. Yeah, okay, yeah, brain. Yeah, there's a lot of effects going on right now with brain.
Yeah. But Nat 1 don't give a fuck. All right, so you all head out. So as you all head out, Quick Fingers opens up the door, and he sort of presses his back against the door to hold it open as you all get close enough. And he waits till he has like visual confirmation of everybody following behind. And he kind of runs out, staying really low, and he's running across the street, and he's heading towards the Artisans Guild area, where he previously told you that one of the entrances to the sewers was. And you all start to follow behind. He gets like right next to the wall, and he's staying within the shadows. Go ahead.
Before we leave, this fruit bowl is coming with Mel.
Sure.
Just went yonk.
Sure. Add it to your inventory so you don't forget you grabbed it for whatever reason.
For fruit, obviously.
Hey, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, don't forget you grabbed that. Could be a good callback element. So he runs across the street, and he stays low, and he's running alongside the wall, within the shadows of this towering wall. You guys make it past the castle gates. As everybody starts to pass by the castle gates, you hear the far gate start to crank open. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception roll, please. Roderick, give me a history roll. Nell and Desmond, give me a history roll with disadvantage. as you see the gate opening up, you see coming from the castle area towards your direction, these three figures decked out in heavy blackened armor. And Roderick and Desmond both, you recognize the markings of Death Knights. Roderick, you would have heard about them from just living around here and just some of the rumors that, like, they had their own private hit squad that they could call when things got bad. It was a group that was sort of put together after the Orcus incident as like a secondary line of defense when the guards weren't enough. Desmond, you would have heard about them in a different light. You would have heard about them as beings that were trained initially under the teachings of the Raven Queen, but have since lost all connection with the Shadowfell. But they are a group of just merciless death dealers. That's all they do. If they're called upon, they are called upon to kill. And you see three of them headed in your guys' direction. And they all seem none the wiser of you all being there until Thrain kind of meanders out, and Thrain sees that you guys are like stopped and looking over in this direction, and he like turns to look for a second, and he turns just enough in a way that the metallic sheen of his armor catches the moonlight and does a little glint. And as that glint catches their eyes, you see them snap, and one of them holds his hand out, and you see this burst of purple energy shoot out from his hand at you, Thrain. Give me a dex save or a acrobatics, whichever is higher. All right. You see as this purple blast of energy hits the gate, and you see it sort of melt a piece of the gate away, hits the wall right next to you as you're able to just barely dive out of the way of this, and you see as it hits the stone that it corrodes the stone. And as that hits, Quickfinger says, "We gotta go," and he just takes off running at full speed.
Best I can.
So you all take off running. You get to the sewer entrance. He pulls the grate back. He's basically waiting for you all to come in. What's the order everybody's going to be jumping in here?
I'm the
Nell
slowest.
puts himself last.
Okay, I'm the slowest. However that goes,
Yeah.
I'm the slowest.
Man, I ain't got no problem. I ain't waiting for nobody, getting in there as soon as
All
possible.
right, Roderick jumps in first. Bloop, bloop.
If Nell
Nell's
is
just got their
going,
shield to try to like do some form of protection backwise is all they're doing before they hop in last.
Okay.
if Nell is going last, she's gonna have to wait up for Desmond because Desmond goes into his pouch and starts tiddling around with shit.
Did
And
you move?
Like,
not
like
not
at
immediately.
the you're
As soon
staying
as
there?
as soon as he sees the Death Knights, he starts pulling something out of his bag.
Okay.
Draw attention.
And he is going to pull out one of the ball bearings. With his other hand, flick his wrist, a vial opens up, and he starts pulling or pouring some of the liquid on it. He whispers into it for a second, throws it, then he starts running.
Okay. And what's that do?
He is leaving a message, and whenever the bell bearing is touched, a message would play out.
Okay. Okay, so you reach in, you cast that. Give me a dex save or a acrobatics, whichever is a higher. Okay. You throw that ball bearing down, and right when you do, you see this purple blast rush right past you as you're able to just kind of pull yourself away from it hitting you. And as you see it hit the stone, you see it corrode the stone behind you. And as the ball bearing kind of skits across the ground, you start hearing the sound as the first gate, the closest gate to you, is starting to open up as well. So you're gonna take off running after that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Roderick jumps in. Who's next?
Thrain.
Okay, Thrain jumps
Wait.
in, and then I'm assuming Desmond, then Nell, and then Quick Fingers is gonna go after you as he shuts the gate behind, and you hear him say a phrase in Elvish, that if you speak Elvish, it's basically akin to like gods have mercy, and he's like, if they called the Death Knights on us, we're in deep. We need to get moving. The sewer should slow them down.
You know where we're going. Get to the point. Get to lead point and go.
He gives you a nod, and then he basically just starts running, basically at like full pace through these tunnels. And luckily for you all, it's been a rather dry season, so like it's not too bad in there.
The ladder that you climb down, more of the elixir that came from his wrist,
Uh-huh.
and he's pouring it on one of the ladder rungs. Same message.
If you went in before Nell and before Quick Fingers, wouldn't they trigger it?
Mm-hmm. But every time anyone touches it, it triggers.
Okay.
So what do I hear?
So yeah, so I guess everybody would hear it in this close of proximity.
So as soon as Nell goes down, then as Quick Fingers goes down, they touch one of the rungs. It kind of glows a faint green, and you hear Desmond from in front of you say, "Your fake titles will soon be void, as the new matron will strip you of everything you have abandoned."
And then you hear it again as Quick Finger hits it. You probably hear it like four times
first
technically.
it goes off
as
with the
everybody.
foot, and then it hits with the hand. So we hear it 4 different times.
Yeah. Yeah. So you all start running your way through the sewers, and like I said, Quick Fingers is sort of just moving like he knows where he's going. He's not hesitating at any turn. And after a few turns, you all hear Desmond's voice from back in the tunnel slightly saying, "Your fake titles will soon be void. Your fake titles will soon be void. Your fake titles will soon be void." As his voice fades away as you get further out to it. After some time, you find yourselves coming to an opening where the little bit of runoff water is trickling out into this large open field. And you can see just the Amethil plains off in the distance as you crawl your way out of this area that's sort of gravelly, rocky, just in the middle of a field from the city runoff. What's the game plan?
Back to Truded.
Yes, back to Truded, but it would probably be best to originally start our journey going not quite in the right direction, as they are going to assume we're heading to Truded, and we don't really want to be followed by them.
Not that map.
How long has it been?
Of running through the sewers?
Yeah.
Probably about 20 minutes.
Okay, so Nell's Pass Without a Trace is still going, so they're not leaving footprints behind at the very least.
How long has passed without a trace?
An hour, I think.
I'd say an hour due west then. Or are we gonna go north towards Barrel's Hope, then start making our way to Truded?
Also, keep in mind your guys' horses are still outside of the Wild Orchid camp, so you will be on foot unless you backtrack to get those.
They won't be expecting us to backtrack for the horses anyways.
No. We should just get our horses and then make it easier to travel.
Okay.
We should send a warning to Truded, though.
Of course, we have our sending stone.
Towards the horses.
Towards the horses. Kip, consider that 4 platinum a sign-on bonus and a thanks. Welcome to the Eclipsean Order.
he gives you a strange look and he's like, thanks. I didn't realize that the title came with so many perks, and he's like looking over his shoulder as he says it.
Desmond goes into his bag, pulls out his tabard that he's been repairing slowly, and tosses it to him.
He looks genuinely shocked when you do that. Like, he kind of stares at it for a second, and then he like puts it inside of a rucksack, and he's like, I don't want to draw attention to us right now.
Oh, absolutely, but it's yours if you choose to continue walking this path.
Desmond like puts a hand on his shoulder, like wide-eyed. Take care of it.
Just a side eye from Thrain.
Gonna roll an insight check to see if he could pick up on any subtle clues. He just gives you a nod.
You know, hang on, no. No. With a menacing of a tone as Thrain can get, with how exhausted he is, he will say, you will take care of it.
Really? Really? You're gonna start off the conversation like that?
Yeah, he is.
He kind of grits his teeth a bit for a second, and he says, I have no intentions of dishonoring it, but friend to friend, I don't do well with threats.
It has history. It is more than just a tabard.
He gives you a nod. He sort of glances back at Thrain, and then he just turns and keeps walking.
Somewhere we can all sleep, calm down. Although setting up camp anytime soon doesn't seem like a good idea.
At least not one with a fire.
Let's head to a big area with lots of trees. Then from there, we'll start looking up for a campsite.
he he kind of nods and he walks a little bit further ahead of you guys, kind of isolating himself. Um, did you all plan on using the scrying stone? I know you mentioned it.
Sending stone.
Sending stone, yeah, sorry.
Wait, what? We got one of those.
Don't worry, give Durien a little bit longer. He'll be able to scry.
um, I think once we make camp and are able to catch our breaths, we can start doing stuff like that. It's not like they're gonna make it to Truded in a day,
An evening.
right?
All right. So you all are looking for like a small patch of wood or like a thicket before you you stop. Okay. Okay. So yeah, after another hour or so of walking, um, you know, constantly looking back over your shoulder to see if anyone's following you, um, you finally get your first sense of you may be out of this. And not too long thereafter, you do find a small patch of wood, and you know, Quickfinger sort of looks at you guys and says, you know, this is as good a place as any as far as I'm concerned. I want to get some shut eye.
Any objections? And Desmond's staring straight at Thrain.
Durien, as soon as he heard shut eye, he found a spot and he's laying down. There is nothing keeping Durien awake.
We approve.
Thrain just goes fucking pencil and just
Close enough.
all right. And everybody sets up camp the best of their abilities. You said no fire, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Just not drawing any attention.
Desmond will, as everyone's getting set up, Desmond will go to each of the original party members and
wow.
place a hand. I can only do it 3 times.
The core Eclipsians.
Wow. After he just got initiated.
He'll place a hand on each of their backs for a second, and a warming sensation will start to fill their upper body. And just every so often, he'll make rounds and do that. Since we're not doing a campfire, he'll keep everyone warm.
What are you doing that with?
Prestidigitation.
What do you mean you can only do it 3 times?
You can only have 3 effects active at the same time with that, I think. Yeah, you can only have 3 effects. With
Gotcha.
that.
Okay. So you're like keeping the warming sensation active. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
And it lasts for an hour, so once an hour he'll go up and do all that.
Not taking a rest.
He will, but he doesn't need it as bad as some of us.
Nella's, per usual, quick to offer body heat and does not give a flying fuck about the whole people might think anything weird about snuggling up. They're just like, all right, heat, come on in. Snuggle time.
Durien doesn't care what the temperature is. He's raised in the.
Yeah, he was raised by the blizzards, so he's just out.
There is no such thing as too cold in this area of Durien. Truded, no words. Amethil.
Believe in you.
Roderick's tucked in his, kind of made a little uh, sleeping blanket out of his coat and just kind of swaddled himself in.
Thrain, give me a wisdom savings throw +5, please. Okay. Okay.
Wait. Okay, that's that. I'm like, numbers don't adding up. Oh wait, exhaustion. Never mind.
Uh, all right. So everybody know this. You're not gonna believe me, but everybody gets a long rest.
What's the catch?
The catch is, now your exhaustion is gone. Thrain, your exhaustion has been reduced to 1 level,
I have spells again.
and you have spells again, allegedly.
Oh wait, I can actually pick level 3 spells now. This is the first time I've been able to actually get a long rest. How many spells do I get?
You're asking a whole lot of questions right now.
Right.
So,
For a sleepy boy.
side note, Thrain's not passively waking up. Someone's going to have to wake him up.
I have a feeling we all do like a little rock, paper, scissors shoot over who's got a fucking. Like, alright, who's waking Thrain?
Quick fingers like,
Nah, bro.
Nell would eventually do it. Be like, Thrain, we gotta get moving.
Mommy, I don't want to. Like, stop it.
Wisdom modifier plus cleric level.
Did Adam get weird for anyone else?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I moved away from my
weird.
mic. 5 plus 4 plus whatever random spells I get from other classes abilities.
Yeah, I recommend using the categories and actually putting all your extra shit in a separate category.
Yeah, I am. So, can I actually place spells in categories?
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah, just change the name on the right-hand side and just copy paste it for all the ones that you want to do, because if it's like 1 letter off, it'll create a new one, and like if you start typing it and you stop typing and Fantasy Grounds thinks you're done typing, it'll create a new one with that half-typed fucking thing, and then you'll have to delete that one by itself. Fun.
Okay. Sounds like you've had fun with it.
I've had plenty of fun with it. All right, so you all eventually wake up. Is there anything? I'm gonna say at this point it's probably like early afternoon. Is there anything that you all want to do before you head out?
Desmond will summon Ava while everyone is like still waking up or
Having
getting
morning
things-
rations.
yeah. And he is going to have a conversation with Ava.
Okay.
So like goes off a little bit away from the group, summons Ava, puts her like on a branch, and he's just pacing back and forth, like biting his nails, scratching his neck, just ruffling his hair, like just in silence before he stops and looks at Ava. I think I was banished for a second. Something happened. I got sent home. I know Professor seen me. I wasn't able to explain anything, but you need to tell the family, tell father everything's fine. I'm still in control here. No need to take rash actions. Contact me if you get a chance. Everything is fine. He like walks closer. Everything is fine.
Anybody that sees Desmond pacing and having this conversation, give me a perception check if you're trying to eavesdrop in on. We'll call it a DC 12.
Nah, I'm using it.
Nosy
I got
man.
too many of these things. No, I'm using another. I wanna know.
You too steepy.
All right.
I still
Thrain
have
has
one
no
more.
interest, I assume. Okay.
Desmond do
Thanks,
Desmond things.
And just for shits and giggles. All right. All right. So after Desmond has his conversation and everybody packs up, you guys start heading back towards the area. You guys probably have another day and a half or so travel. Obviously, it's a little longer to get there on foot than it was in on horseback, and not taking the direct path through underground. It's a little bit longer to get up there. So we'll call it 2 days of travel that you have. Is anybody doing anything during those 2 days of travel?
During downtime, Nell is going to look for components on one of the days, and on the other day, attempt to fashion another healing potion.
I'm going to say you only get one downtime event.
Okay, fine.
Which one you want to do?
Let me peek at my inventory before I answer that.
Sure.
Fran's gonna sleep. He's still too tired for this.
You got it.
I'm going to use my uncommon crafting components to try to make a greater healing potion.
Okay. So with crafting, you guys are now in the right level to make uncommons at level. So it'll only be a DC 12 you have to do.
Okay, so that brings that down to being one uncommon crafting component left.
That's good enough.
Yeah.
All right. And go ahead and go in your inventory and just bump up your greater healing by 1.
Awesome, awesome. At some point throughout this journey, Nell is going to say to Desmond, by the way, if it wasn't clear, you have more than regained my trust. Thank you for saving my life multiple times.
I'm gonna hold you to that. I appreciate it. And Desmond's still like, anytime like they're stopping and resting and stuff, he's pacing back and forth, just like looking at Ava up in the tree.
I'm not gonna blame you if, when you got banished, your dad freaks out, thinks something's wrong, and comes and invades. That's not on you.
He's like,
Desmond.
yeah.
Please give me a wisdom saving throw with a -4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
All right.
just looked at
So,
it.
what was that?
I just looked at the roll. I'm doing 10 different things in my head. I just look at that roll.
It's a good one. It's a beaut.
He's not a wise man.
No.
He's a smart man, but he's not a wise man.
I mean, it's hard to have wisdom in a new world. All the things that you knew are different. Desmond, you doing any downtime event besides
I guess
pacing and
he's-
talking to a bird?
I guess he's gonna look for resources.
Sure.
Nella's going to again share some flavor flux with everybody, including Kip, and explain how it works before letting him have it. Anything you want, anything. Any fancy hoity-toity meal that you can imagine that the rich folk had. Whatever you want, you can make this taste like it. You just have to think about it. No, you don't have to have tasted it before.
He's like, I get it. Just give it to me. I already got an idea.
Well, I'm sorry, somebody's already messed it up once.
Get good at explaining.
He, hey, you're supposed to roll like your
I
Amethil
don't know.
roll.
I don't know how this works. I'm waiting, and it just.
You roll whatever you plan. Like what skill you plan on using to find the shit. So like how are you looking for resources?
I guess nature, since we're out in the woods.
Sure, you can do nature. I mean, you have an Omni-tool, so you can figure out some way to make that make sense.
I thought we were doing skills.
That is a skill. Isn't that at the bottom of your skills list?
It's not always used as a skill. I mean, yeah, he would obviously use his tools.
Okay. So, like, what would you do?
I guess mimic what he's seen Nell do when they're out gathering resources, because they always come back with shit, and Desmond never really comes back with anything.
Okay. So you're gonna try to like make a herbalism kit and try to see if you can like follow in Nell's footsteps. That works. Go ahead and give me an Omni-tool roll. Yeah, good enough. So you get your 20 components. Actually, and hold on, don't add that just yet. Because you guys are level 5 now. You guys have access to a different one. So you would not be rolling that same one. So go ahead and roll that new table.
There. Excuse you.
And
I
out of
will tell you-
niceness, I'll give you the better of the two.
Not what I wanted. I want this to go there. Why?
Drag it in your hotbar
It did.
using
the
the
wrong thing.
exclamation point I thing.
Hey, there it is.
So you earned 19 uncommon crafting components, Desmond.
You've learned well from Nell.
There you go. Just start doing that more often.
You figured out that maybe flipping over a rock every once in a while is a pretty good idea.
How does Nell do this?
This
Oh,
is
no shit.
stupid. Why is it not on the top here? It's so much more inconvenient.
Why do you guys' herbs grow like that? Roderick, what are you doing during downtime?
We are audiobooking. Fuck. Never mind.
You're
Brain
trying to
snorts while we
audiobook,
listen
but
to it.
like every time Desmond goes off and like starts talking to the bird, you're like focusing on what Desmond's doing and not paying attention to your audiobook.
It's accurate.
You're like hearing him like, everything is fine. And then you change the. God damn it! Hold on a second. How do you rewind this thing? There's no rewind. You gotta wait for it to end and then start back over.
Oh, motherfucker.
You're focusing, all of a sudden you just hear And that is the most important thing you'll learn today. Like, no! No! All right. So 2 days worth of travel. At this point, Thrain, you have slept good. You no longer are exhausted. Congratulations.
Cool. There are so many different spells here that I want to have, but I can't have, and it's like, but this, but that, but this, but that.
Just know what's going to lie ahead, and then do those.
Don't worry, I have mass healing word and revivify.
Oh, there you go. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now I can take the kid gloves off.
That's right. I'm used to a DM who requires for anything that has a monetary value. I past DMs will always have that much value. Other components don't matter, but I forgot you don't care about that.
No. I think that's cumbersome and slows the game down too much.
Yep.
That's too much math.
The only thing I will say is like something like True Revive, like that's gonna be, you're not just gonna be able to just cast that on a whim.
Well,
You gotta
I
go
can't
find
bring
all
my
that
mother back to
diamond
life
dust.
for free.
Yeah, so there's a little bit with that kind of stuff that I, when we start getting up to higher level spells, that we're gonna have talks. But like your normal spells that you would be using like utility wise, like all the time, I think it's just slows shit down. Revivify is kind of like on the border of where it starts to get like maybe you should have something, but like again, why?
Also, one of these is like, wow, that's interesting.
What's that?
Here you go.
Life transference?
Yeah,
Oh, I know that spell. That's what made Absol a healer.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't
That's
have
like-
any issues with that.
No, it's just like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's a lot of damage. That's
Yeah.
also a lot of damage other way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I think that Sin went unconscious a few times, sacrificing their health to help others.
I'm starting to get woozy here, guys.
Like, no, we got a cleric.
All right, so after like the full 2 days of travel, you guys get back to the area where you hitched your horses. Who wants to be the designated roller?
I'll
No.
do it.
Damn,
All right.
I can roll that shit.
Call high or low, and then roll a percentile die.
Hi.
All right. Miraculously, after 5 days or so that you guys have been gone now, the horses are still there. They do look hungry, but you can see that like where you hitched them, like they have grazed the grass to like nothingness in the area that they are able to reach. And as they see you, they kind of like they whinny a little bit with excitement, recognizing you guys.
Realizing they might not die.
Yeah. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception roll, please.
Okay, but Nella's never been the observant one.
Nell is like, horsey.
Nella's checking over their poor baby like, oh my goodness, I am so sorry.
Desmond and Roderick, you can see down the cliff face a little bit where the opening to the Wild Orchids cove was. you can see a body floating in the water right off the shore in a puddle of red water, and uh, both of you would notice that it has the orange scarf on its neck, and it's definitely not one that you left there.
Hmm. I'm gonna mosey on down. Start uh, dragging this body by the back of its collar. Uh, I mean, if it's like, is it really far or is it just like,
I mean, you'd have to climb down the facing that you guys did to get to where the cove was,
okay,
but it's like out in the open.
okay, all right. Flip the body over and check on it and see if I recognize them.
Sure. So you make your way down the cliff facing, same way you guys did before. Is anybody following Roderick, or is Roderick going solo dolo on this?
Nah, Desmond would go.
Okay.
Nella's too busy unhitching the horses and bringing them to where they can graze better, and probably has snatched the alchemy jug from Desmond and is getting them water.
Okay.
Also, your fruit bowl.
Oh yes, the fruit. They're getting the apples and whatnot.
See, there you go. It came in full circle.
Now I just have an empty bowl.
You know what? I'm gonna give Adam a fate point for that. Good callback. So is Thrain following, or is Thrain staying up there?
Thrain will stay, if he sees Desmond going up, Thrain will stay with Nell.
Okay.
Don't want to split too much.
Roderick, Desmond, as you two make your way down the cliff facing, you see that body that's floating up there. And as you start going in close to it, Roderick, so you could like inspect it, you see against the cave wall by the mouth of the cave, one guy sat down with his back against the cave and his throat slit, and you see another body laying in the mouth of the cave. All three of these bodies that you see appear to be dead. So if you go flip him over, you give me a perception roll.
Okay.
You make out the face of like one of the people that you've seen, but like it's really hard to identify their features given how much bloat this guy's skin has. You get the impression that he's been in the water for a few days.
Hmm. All right.
Do we want to maybe look inside? Not us personally. I can send in Ava.
Yeah, let's send in Ava. That's a great idea.
Does a little hand on Roderick's shoulder. Send Ava flying in.
Yeah. Give me a perception roll with Ava. All right.
Almost had her first roll.
So as Ava enters the mouth of the cave, you see another two bodies laying down in the middle. What type of flight path do you plan on doing? Like, remember there was the area up to the top where they were at, and then there
the
was
same way we walked, so immediately left, go around that area where the campsite was, look over to where the plants were, go down the stairs, then across the water.
Yeah. So if you go up and then to the left, the first thing you notice is that there's a guy in the tub, dead, and it looks like the same guy that was catcalling Nell.
He never left.
Give me an intelligence roll
For Ava or
for
for
yourself.
okay. Oh wow.
Yeah, like it from the best that you could tell, like it looks like this is the same guy that was in there before. Like you don't get the impression that this guy made it out of the cave or out of the tub before he was slain. And as Ava kind of bends the corner around the area where they had their tents and everything set up, you could see four more bodies on the ground. Um, and as you swoop through back into the opening, you see another body over by the orchids. Um, and you see three bodies piled up, like almost on top of each other, right at the top of the stairs. Almost like someone got them in succession. Uh, and then obviously as you fly more into the opening, you see the same wreckage that was in there before, as far as the um, dead creature. And oh no, the dead creature, there's no creature in there to see. There's just a big burn
Scorch.
across there. Yeah, scorched earth.
Did anything in this cave look like it corroded away the same way some of the stuff was corroded in Durien when we were attacked?
Not that you noticed, no.
Okay. Then
If you wanted to do a medicine check, I mean, you could kind of look over the bodies a little bit more. You could do a medicine check for it quickly, or if you want, if you want to spend some time studying the bodies, you don't even need to roll for it.
so yeah, Desmond, Roderick, you would feel his grip getting like tighter and tighter on your shoulder.
Mhm.
And he's like, his head is like looking around. He's like, oh God, wow. Then his eyes will come back to black. He's like, oh, they're all dead.
All right.
Do we want to investigate? They look like they were killed quick.
No. I'm gonna. You can if you want. I'm gonna.
Give me like 10 seconds then.
If
And
I look over the side of the cliff, do I see them?
If you're in the same vantage point you were, no. Because they'd be like actually on the beachfront at this point. I doubt they're just standing in the water. You would be able to see the body. I'm sure that they would have said something that they seen a body and not just left. Maybe I'm being assumptive, but I assume that they would do that. So you could see where the body was at, like the blood taint in the water. But if Roderick rolled the body onto land, you probably wouldn't be able to see that unless you moved further down the cliff's face. Then you'd be able to get a vantage point. But you'd have to walk a couple yards.
I'm not walking down the cliff. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
look around, see if I see them.
Yeah, I mean, if
If
you walk down the cliff, like not down the cliff, but like if you go around the perimeter of the cliff a couple, like 10 yards or so, you'd be able to get a vantage, and you would see at that point probably Desmond standing there with his hand on Roderick's shoulder, and then they'd be conversing afterwards.
Okay.
then Desmond will go into his coat pocket, pull out his monocle, crouch down next to one of these guys, like twist it and like it zooms in and out a little bit, and he's inspecting one of them.
Okay. Unless you
Just
have a
wants
better
to-
idea, medicine roll.
Trying to see. I'm assuming a wound from like a magical, like a weapon that can do magic damage would leave a little bit of a different marking than just a regular slash. So seeing if anything like that is surrounding these wounds. I am not rolling good tonight.
So, who are you looking at?
Not
Are you
the
gonna like
bloated
check
one.
all three of them, or are you gonna check just like the one?
No, The one that was sitting against the wall with his throat slit.
Um, yeah. So I mean, from inspecting him, you don't get any sense of anything magical on it. It looks like it just looks like someone got them with a very sharp blade with a very clean cut. Um, like it looks like it was over with before this person even knew what happened.
And after a few seconds, Desmond will get up, put his monocle away. So yeah, they're dead. And Desmond starts walking up. I can't make out anything besides it was quick, it was clean, not really any kind of resistance.
Yeah, I would say given like you doing the flyby and kind of seeing the carnage as it lay, like you get the impression that someone or something went in there and cleaned house before they even had time to react.
That Desmond's like walking back up, like at a very fast pace. Like, no resistance from the entire camp, I should say.
Hmm. Right.
These were bad people, so maybe this was a good guy doing hero things.
Sure thing.
Desmond's just gonna like keep looking over his shoulder as he makes his way back to camp.
All right. Yeah, you guys make it back up the mountain, up the cliffside, and Nell is feeding fruit to the horses. Yeah.
Cool, the horses are all fed. Let's go.
Agreed.
Let's call over to Quillwise.
We can do that while we're walking. Desmond grabs his horse and starts going.
Roderick's head is on a swivel. Like, yep.
I take
Quick
it
Fingers
was
kind of like
looking
walks
good
up
down
behind
there.
you, like, what's going on?
Imagine a really better version of you went down there and killed everyone.
He like, okay, who am I riding with?
Your old
Whomever.
childhood
Yeah, your
friend.
Buddy over there.
Okay.
All right, so he's gonna move over towards Nell and walk with you guys until you decide to ride, and then I guess he's riding with Nell. Yeah, so you guys just kind of hastily start walking away. Are you guys going to attempt to like get back to like one of the main paths to like make the trip faster, or are you gonna kind of stay in the wilds a little bit to stay off the main roads?
I think in the wilds would be best
Mm-hmm.
for a few days.
Yeah. thanks,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Before we get on the horses, though, we're gonna call Quillwise. I think
Okay.
it's enough time has passed. So Desmond will fish out the sending stone. Activate it. Quillwise, you there?
Where have you guys been?
Okay, you're there. Cool. We have a lot
Issues.
to talk about.
Yes, we do.
Let's start off with a little good news. We have a new member for the order.
Where have you guys been?
All right, straight to the bad news. We rescued Josiah from being caged up by one of the hag's minions,
The wild
possessing
orchids.
possessing a group of wild orchids. It took a few days to get him back into Durien, and when we got to Durien, the Baron, which was also in lines with the hag, attacked us. Um, we defended Josiah, killed the Baron and all of his subordinates. But because we killed the Baron, Josiah said that was against the law and called in guards to imprison us. And for the past few days, we kind of broke out and are laying low at the moment.
Murdered all of Dorian's guard.
The Death
I-
Knights are after us.
Oh yeah,
What?
Death Knights are after us too.
Why would you not lead with that?
They're fucking
Oh, and I have no
Old-
idea if Shogun's there yet, but he's on his way.
2 new members for the order.
Yeah. You got give some
Anyways,
bad.
how are you?
We did it.
Didn't
we did it.
something about a beach that they said that they were after some of our people that they overheard and I don't
Yeah.
even understand.
We didn't break out for no reason. They had like torture tools, and we're gonna get the information out of you. And
we will figure that part out later. I don't have the strength and mental capacity at the moment to even begin to figure that one out. But I've never liked Josiah, and I've never trusted him, and a gnome's feelings are never wrong.
I love the idea of Kip just overhearing Howard basically just being like, "Hey, Dad," and just like, busting all this terrible news while he's just there. What? And then he finds out this person's a gnome.
I attempted to reach you all yesterday to let you know that I had made it back. I went on a hunch to Orchard Shore. I'd been doing some research and reading some of these manuscripts and trying to piece things together, and between Elm Hollows and Durien, these are 2 places that have been around very long in Amethil's history. So Orchard Shore was another one of those. And I wanted to see if my text is correct. And as I got there, Orchard Shore has already been waylaid. It looks like it was another Barradrill attack. But this one is stronger. I think they're perfecting the ritual.
Josiah said he was sending people to Orchard Shore. That was the beach thing that I was remembering and trying to bring up, because apparently we were attacking Orchard Shore, according to him, and what he had overheard on the sending stone.
Well, he may be sending his people to their death. That area is tainted. As I said, the ritual is stronger. I sent note of this yesterday, and all I heard was heavy breathing, so I knew something was wrong. That's why I haven't reached out since. I didn't know who was listening in, but I knew what I was saying wasn't for them. Are you all headed back to Truded?
we are south of Durien at the moment and heading north. I'm not sure if Truded would be safe with the Death Knights poking around for us at the moment.
We did unfortunately have to kill a lot of guards to get out of there and save our skins.
There will be a bounty out for you, no doubt, and we have to hope that they don't flag the Eclipsean Order as exiled or fugitive. That puts our whole encampment at risk. I think I'm going to call in a favor at Sea Bluff and move your mother there for the time being.
Okay.
Shogun can defend himself. I'll let him make that decision when he arrives. What do you all plan on doing?
We have some supplies to be dropped there, mainly funds, and I guess Kip.
Who?
Remember how we
Hi.
mentioned the new recruit?
Desmond like moves the gem to Kip. Say hi, Kip.
Wait, hi?
Yeah, that's Kip.
Kip Quickfingers, this is Quillwise.
Kip, let me tell you, you've joined us at an interesting time. I've been piecing together some of these manuscripts, and I have an educated guess of where these attacks will take place.
Oh boy.
From what I've put together, 3 of the targets have already been seized, which means that whatever it is they're looking for, there's 10 more of them.
The runes. There was a point in time where I used one of the spells to peer into Josiah's mind regarding his knowledge on the primordial malevolence and the Countess, where he didn't truly know anything about them. There was a conversation between a possessed guard and him in which it was attempting to interrogate him and was asking the location of the 5th rune. Now we can only assume that there have already been 4 that have been found. Who knows, maybe this orchard place was the 5th. No idea how many runes there are, but this is definitely information to give to you as the archivist.
This may help me narrow things down. I haven't been looking for runes. For some reason, the manuscripts were saying something of the crown, and I was trying to figure out how to associate a crown with all of this. But runes would make more sense.
We know about the crown too. Sorry if we've been missing trying to remember what we have and haven't told you. The shards of the crown are what they are looking for. That is why they are here.
So, there's 13 pieces, meaning the crown was broken, and I wonder if these runes are masking their location or
Sealing them away?
my thoughts exactly. This gives me a new focus, but I don't assume 4 have been found already, unless there is a 4th attack that we are unaware of. I'll have to do more research. We know 3 for sure. Durien, Elm Hollows, Orchard Shore. There's only a few settlements left that would have been around during these early days. And based on the patterns of these attacks, I've mapped out where I think they're going. Unfortunately, I can't figure out any pattern. Why Elm Hollows, then Durien, then Orchard Shore, when there are areas in between, such as Dune Scrawl, Sandscale, even Pinegrave, that they could have went to in between there. And
Perhaps they're doing this in the order in which they were founded.
but why would they be after the 5th one if they only have 2 at that time? There's some pattern to it, but I don't know.
Necessarily have to be having to do with the whole 5th rune portion of it. But they're certainly looking for something.
Well, I'll continue researching on this end. I think that, especially if you have Death Knights after you, that Truded may not necessarily be the safest place for us. Did you all make sure that you collected all your belongings? You didn't leave anything behind.
You're forgetting that I live there. In Durien. I have a house full of belongings.
That could be problematic, as the Death Knights are expert trackers. And if they have personal belonging of yours, if you left anything behind, they may be able to locate you using it. Which means your best bet is to keep moving.
We originally went south out of Durien in hopes to lose them off to words, Megan.
Throw them off your trail.
Yes, throw them off our trail, as we had been using Pass Without a Trace as we were making our escape, so it would have been far more difficult for them to attempt to track us initially, and now we're making our way up through the woods, not taking a normal path to, further mitigate potential following.
Good, that was smart. If you plan on heading back here, you could always follow the shoreline. Or, if you want to create some distance, if Josiah is sending men to Orchard Shore, they are not safe going that way. If you all want to try to save face with Durien, try to get there and prevent them from doing something stupid.
I feel as though that, from what you said, mainly sending these individuals to Orchard Shore was to claim, as Josiah had said, that we were starting an attack on Orchard Shore before sending these men to quote-unquote prevent any more damage. That they're planning on using whatever they find there as evidence to attempt to mark the order as fugitives.
Well, if you can get there and talk them down, not only may you save face of the order, but you may be saving their lives. We also need to find a rendezvous, because I've plotted out where I think we need to focus our attention. And I want you all to have as much supporting evidence as possible.
Thank you.
Contact me when you can. Be safe. I'm going to move your mother to Sea Bluff under an alias. And
I'm not sure exactly when Shogun will be arriving, but he is moving on foot from Durien to Trudid. So it should take some time.
that's a fortnight's journey on foot.
Started maybe, was that 5 days ago now, boys? More than that? No, 5 feels right.
For where?
From when we first started heading towards the Wild Orchids.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Then I'll wait here until he arrives, let him know the plan, and allow him to make the decision on what he wants to do. And I will likely vacate afterwards. You'll always be able to reach me with this, but I think the less you know about everyone's whereabouts, the better. Until we can make sure you're safe.
If need be, and you're not around the Sending Stone, I can always reach you via Sending itself.
Very well. And we at least know we can reach out to one another.
Be sure to stop by the local shop and see Broderick. He has some stuff that I had commissioned a while ago. And we just haven't made it back to Trudid since. If you could pick those up for me.
I'll make sure that they are in your mother's possession when she leaves.
One of them's for you.
Well, thank you. Almost makes up for you murdering a baron.
We didn't murder him. We defended ourselves and those who were not able to defend themselves, as we're supposed to do in the Eclipsean Order.
I know. I wouldn't assume any less. Despite all of this, I know where the intention is. I'll figure out a way to clear this up. The Death Knights aren't going to stay on your tail for long. At some point, it's not going to be worth whatever they were commissioned. Stay on the move. Do not engage them if you don't have to. We'll see each other soon. And, welcome to the Order, Kip. Now you can give him his rights.
We are more properly not worried about the Death Knights. I'll do a more official initiation.
Another thing you should be aware of, not very pressing at the moment, but it might be an issue later.
Oh, right.
Baron Darkwater banished me. I appeared back at my house and in front of one of my old professors who seemed pretty worried. I was only there for a few seconds, but was not able to explain the situation. So, whatever's going on back with my family, I don't know.
Great. I will add preparing for a Shatterkai invasion to my list of things to worry about.
Not pressing. Put it at the bottom of the
I'm
list.
just imagining Kip hearing all of this. And he's just increasingly like, I don't think I want the tavern.
Is there take backsies?
Welcome
He's like,
to the cult, bitch.
okay. I'll add it to the list.
Bottom of the list. I'll fill you in as I get more information.
Top of the list.
He's like, all right, are there any other imminent surprises that I need to be worried about?
Do we tell about the hag countess threatening us?
No, that's a constant threat. It's fine.
More specifically, he targeted you, Thrain, and she targeted you, Thrain, and we still don't even know what she meant by that. Other than that, we can tell you that it was Desmond and my fault.
Am I putting this at the bottom of the list too?
Don't even put it on the list. Don't even put it on the list.
I don't have an eraser.
Then at the bottom it goes.
All right. Well, I'm going to whip up an antacid and figure out any more clues that I can. You all are gonna see that I don't make it to C-1500. Be safe. Reach out if you need me.
Always will.
All right. And as you
Don't
hear
forget to eat.
bottom of the list. As you hear the crystals hum, come to a silence, we'll pull back on the camera as you all are riding through the Amethil Plains north to wherever your next destination is.
So, are we going to actually head towards Orchard Shores? It seems like the right and best thing to do.
I think we need to start talking about rethinking our strategy as a whole, how we're approaching all of this.
As much good as stopping that convoy would achieve, Cat's not really our concern at the moment.
We have to stop the next attack, wherever it might be.
We need to start moving towards Truded and figure out what our rendezvous point is, and we'll work from there. We got plenty of days of riding between now and then.
And I know, Nell is a paladin and Thrain is a cleric, or, you got like gods and oaths to appease and all that, but, we kind of do this the whole Eclipse Order way. I don't think it's cutting it for us. It's getting us in way over our heads time and time again. I think we need to maybe start doing some things rather off the books,
Kip's like, now
unconventional
you're talking.
ways.
Hmm.
He's like pulling off his Eclipsean Order tabard and just kind of balling it up and putting it in his pack,
Oh, you're balling it up or you're folding it up?
balling it up.
During season start balling it up like, excuse you.
Nell hasn't had theirs on in a very long time. They only put it on when they're trying to get something like out of someone. That shit's in the bag.
Durien hasn't even pulled it out yet. It's a when needed thing.
Mhm.
I think we have to start playing a little dirty, is what I'm saying. We're trying to fight with honor. I know that we've been trying to follow your lead on this, Nell, and that's the way it should be. That's the way we've been taught by the order before it fell and collapsed, but it's just
Nell's
us.
eyes are wide, looking at Roderick like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where this has gotten us.
Nell's eyes flick to Roderick, then back to Kip. Not all of the information has been explained at this point in time, Roderick.
Look, if Kip seems like he can handle himself and he seems to come from a similar background, Kip, I'm going to assume that's not the first time you've been locked up and had to get out before your sentence. Am I correct in that?
I've been held a few times.
Yeah.
But you said it was your first time.
So, I think you understand what I mean when I say unconventional ways of getting things done, but with a good intention behind it.
Yeah, that's kind of my motto. I wouldn't have even been locked up if it wasn't for all that craziness that happened. Someone was someone stole from some noble, and then all of a sudden there was just platinum raining down, and all I was doing was picking it up, and all of a sudden there was a dozen guards that rushed.
Yeah,
And
that's crazy how stuff like that happens in Durien. So, but we we need some perhaps some friends in low places.
I don't think
And
any of
maybe we
us
start
like.
doing some things like playing some of these factions against each other. Maybe we don't have to be a massive collection like we used to still get things done, but
Nell's just completely face palming at this point. Well, Roger keeps saying that isn't public knowledge is that we are all that's left of the Eclipsean Order.
he looks unfazed by it. He's like, I really didn't keep tabs on your guys' rankings.
Okay, yeah. So apparently, according to them, I am currently the leader of the Eclipsean Order.
He gives you a smirk.
Nell hates this. They hate that they are in charge. They do not feel as though they have earned this title.
Nell was the one that was trained up by the last leader. They have the most wisdom because of their age. So,
And they know how to handle a sword too, or an axe. All of my contacts are back in
Listen,
Durien.
I got both.
All of my contacts are back in Durien, so I don't think any of my friends are gonna help us out in this one, unless we want to risk going back in there for some
No.
petty street
Not anytime soon.
criminals. Yeah.
Well, you know that we specifically, us four, are kind of high target right now. And I don't think any of us expect you to tag along with this kind of threat over our heads. But
Do you know
if you
what
want
the
to
Death
work
Knights are?
with the what?
The Death Knights are?
Oh, yeah, some has been old order. But, anyways,
He's got just his eyebrows raised looking at you like, yeah, well, I'm on that has been orders hit list just the same as you are.
Yeah, so whether I don't know how long you wanted to not fill him in on this, but whether he finds out now or later, I don't think it matters. We have to give him the opportunity to know what the deal is and give him the opportunity. If he wants to walk, he can walk. But I think he's in as much as we are now at this point, minus a few
Marks.
other. Uh, uh,
I have quite a few questions.
yeah, feel free.
Yeah.
What is a Baradrill? What ritual?
It, hmm.
Beardrill is a being formed by ritual of sacrificing those of strong, devout religious backgrounds that creates this monstrous being that moves incredibly fast and can kill most anything in its wake. And the first one didn't last maybe 30 seconds. Apparently, this other one lasted longer. We're trying to prevent this from being something that they can make that just stays.
I don't have any more questions.
Are you sure? There's so many more you could ask.
I'm good. I feel like I was better off this morning than I am right now.
I gave you that option.
I get that every time I wake up.
Well, for now, I think it's safer with you than without you by some weird decree. But one way or another, I owe you my life. Because the way I see it, if you all would have did what you did and I wasn't there, then I'd have really been trapped in that cell. And no one would have been able to let me out. So, whatever you need me to do, you let me know.
I do have one question. This is just personal curiosity of information that I'm trying to figure out. You grew up in the same background as Nell, if I heard correctly.
Not too different, yeah.
Are you or any of your relatives skilled in any kind of magic?
Not really. I always relied on my cunning more than anything else. I have friends who dabble in it a little bit, but
And are they still of lower class?
yeah, they do all right for themselves, but
Are they elves?
they are.
Desmond like looks over at Nell, just confused.
I told you, the matter of one's birth doesn't really mean much here. Race doesn't influence your affluence.
Magic isn't gonna get you
Fix
status.
everything. Like, sure, it can give you the skills to do something or another, and you can use those skills to make some form of a good or do some form of a service, but unless you get lucky and for some reason you become some form of a fad or a hit, really it's nearly impossible to at least endure and get out of poverty.
In my experience, those that are in lower class, even when they learn magic, they use that magic to perpetuate the skills and things that they were doing before they learned. For a lot of the kids that I ran with, that means that they use that magic to become stealthier, become sneakier, be able to lift coin without being detected. But a system like Durien, it's not trying to promote the lower commons over to Eastwalk. It's trying to hold us back.
Keep us underneath Eastwalk's boots.
If with just the smallest bit of research and the amount of time, this isn't about being born as an elf. It's never been about being born as one race. Well, the races that have longer lifespans are valued in this aspect more than others for personal growth. And I have yet to see anyone in Amethil do this for their civilians, give them this knowledge. But
Most of the people that have that.
conjuration over the same like multiple days for a year becomes permanent. My kingdom heavily promotes magical knowledge in order to build fortresses that would take decades to be built in a year, all on one person's efforts.
It's crazy. You remind me a lot of Vardrock in this sense.
Nell smirks and is trying so hard not to laugh because they know damn well.
That was the only place where they openly taught magic and promoted learning it, was in Dracarius.
Drakari is beautiful. Was everyone's dream to end up there?
So a single year out of then he like gestures towards Roderick, 90, 100 of yours, a single year, and gestures towards Nell, out of one of your 1,000, and you can have the home of your dreams.
You have to know that magic, though. That's not something that you can just do. It sounds like you had a great opportunity to learn a lot more than we learned. What am I going to do? Am I going to learn how to cask a disc for a year that I can maintain forever? Learn how to make grease? Like, what do you think that I'm going to be able to cast that's going to make a difference?
Even one thing will make a difference to your life to have it permanently. Then you build off of that. And I don't understand why the
Which one?
people of this plane.
When you have to do everything in your power to make sure that you have food, to make sure that your family is looked after, to make sure that everybody is supported, it would be nice to have a life where you could just leisurely cast a spell every day at the same time to make sure that you're maintaining this permanently. But that's not how it is in the real world.
Or at least not on the material plane.
Not yet. If you show any kind of magical aptitude and you know someone that's struggling, after I'm done with my goal, send them my way and I will pay them an entire year just to sit around and cast a spell. If you know anyone, as
Like I
soon as
said,
I give you the say, send them my way.
I don't know of anyone that would be able to cast anything of use offhand.
It doesn't have to be of use. If they're important to you, if you feel like they have any kind of magical ability, I will see them thrive.
He takes off his ring. He's like, "This is about as close to magic as I got," and he like makes it disappear. Then he pulls it back out. He puts it back on.
Oh, how'd you do that? Sorry, never mind. Keep going.
Roderick,
Nell's kind of just tearing up listening to this whole thing.
Roderick's. If I succeed in my goal, I want you to thrive as well. Even though you have a weird tear from the weave that I have yet to see.
Man, I don't know nothing about weave stuff. That's your thing. Mine is torn. I feel fine. We'll sew it later.
Future talk for another day. And Desmond goes into his pack, puts on his black mask, puts back on his coat.
It's a beautiful dream, and I hope someday we can help.
They Frederick was a good warrior. I still don't know if I would consider him a good leader, but the leaders that are present, I feel, have done a huge disservice to their people.
So much greed has overtaken since Vardrock stopped keeping an eye on everyone. Things have gotten so much worse.
I mean, that seems to be the common thing that people are saying. I mean, you say he's a great warrior, but not a great leader, but apparently everyone was happier before all of this. And as soon as he's out of the picture, chaos. Religious nut jobs ruling cities and framing people who help them, and
But we have knowledge we shouldn't have. He said in front of us that he was the one who put the Baron in charge and that he was revoking that status and going to put somebody else as the new Baron. If he didn't step down, he would be killed. So we found that, oh, truly the church is leading the entire city. the stronghold of the nation.
Did Vardrak follow a god or something?
I don't know. I just
Follow
know.
is a strong word. Was good friends with, I suppose, was the easier way to say the relationship described between him and the jackal.
Okay, this Jackal, god of what?
Knowledge. And his adopted daughter was the god of dragons.
Okay, who is that?
Reyna, remember the cookies?
The cookie girl. Got it. All right. Um, why don't we like Thrain? You talk to gods and shit. Like,
I'm sorry, Adam's reaction. Who, me?
like Jackal, god of knowledge. What do we need right now? What are we always seemingly lacking? Knowledge. Let's pray him up real quick.
Remember, the jackal is the reason that this whole situation started.
So maybe he wants to fix it, or maybe if he. Mm,
The jackal is one of those who have seemingly disappeared along with Vardrock.
At that, I don't know if it works that way because my main deity that I worship.
The only
Okay.
instance I've ever heard of somebody successfully communing with all the gods is, remember that how we were looking for the artifact made by the chaplain? The chaplain is that being who worshipped like all of the gods.
Let me guess. This was another person that hung around Vardrak and was in Dracarius when it disappeared.
Well,
Poof.
the chaplain disappeared before all that happened.
Ah, okay. Thrain, did all of the gods disappear after this, or is it just the jackal?
I assume Reyna left too.
That's a good question. Would I know that?
You can give me a religious roll.
Okay. Hang on. What was there a?
Can I do a religious roll for one specific god to know if that god's still around?
You can try, yeah.
This bitch needs to be around so I can kill her.
Who?
God of death.
Oh. So Thrain, you would know your peoples never really took to worshiping the new pantheon. So Thrain probably never really kept tabs on the new gods. Um, with that being said, given the fact that you're a proud people, um, when the new gods seemingly vanished, your clan probably would have been like, they would have probably gloated about that, like, yeah, you guys worshiping these new gods, and then now they're not there anymore. We
Fake
still
ass
got our
god.
old god here. Um, so
Totally not dead god.
yeah, so I mean, you would probably know that, like, your guys' interpretation of it would be like all the new gods are gone. The reality of it is more nuanced. It's like there hasn't been any direct involvement from the gods in some time, 50, 75 years. Um, but they're not dead. And similarly, Desmond, you don't know factually one way or the other, but you know that souls are still being ushered to the afterlife. Like you haven't caught wind of any sort of like backlog of like restless spirits that can't make it to the afterlife, meaning that like death isn't doing its job.
Wasn't there like initially?
There was initially, yes, when the Pantheon first changed hands. But like once Lilith got up and running and figuring out how things worked, then that worked itself out, and you haven't heard of anything like that since. So like the best you could assume would be that the god of death is still alive, but like their direct influence on Argus has been non-existent. And for you old beings, like the way it used to be. Although Desmond's probably a little bit different because, like, I'm thinking the way it used to be for Desmond was a little bit more involvement.
Didn't Desmond's like 25 or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's not old.
Well,
I gotta remember how old Durien is.
Is he 25 material plane years old? Because just because he's 25, that doesn't mean that he's 25.
Right.
Because time works differently in the different planes. So 25 could mean he's 250, could mean he's 25,000 years old. It could mean that he's 10 years old.
At the very least, we know that he brought up that the Shatterkai didn't start reproducing again until after the matron died, right? Do you remember that correctly? Yeah.
So that could be like anywhere between like 250 and 250? No, about 150 to now.
The Raven Queen died 250 years ago in the material
150.
plane?
150. Sounds about right. I'm trying to think of what the time skips were between the seasons. And then it's been about 75 years, 50 to 75 years since Vardrak disappeared. So, I mean, you got to take that time just in general.
And you said that was about 25 years after the end of the last campaign.
Yeah. So yeah, close to 100 years or so. So, like, there's been time. So I guess if you deduce it that way, Desmond could be anywhere between 100 years or 25 years in the material plane. Who can say? Also, with time working differently, just because it happened 100 years ago doesn't mean that it's been 100 years in that time span. So, like, if you really want to get into, like, the quantum mechanics of it, you could get fucking cross-eyed trying to think about it. But, yeah.
Yeah.
I got cross-eyed trying to count how many spells I had earlier.
We're just here discussing, just deep lore of your world. Not everybody knows, but we're just like, no.
Well, I don't think I said anything that isn't already been brought up at one point or another to some fashion. So, no spoilers here.
Listen, I love Argus, and you know that. That's how I even ended up in this state.
I love Argus too. That's why I made it. But yeah, no, there's so much deep lore to it that I have to be careful what I say because there's shit you guys don't know yet, and if your characters don't know it, you guys don't know it. Before we adjourn, though, what path are you guys taking? So if you have the Durien or if you have the Amethil map pulled up, you guys are basically at the little green pin to the bottom left of Durien.
Because that was the hideout, yes.
Yep. So that's pretty much where you guys are at. So on horseback, if you're on a path, each square is a day. If you're on foot, it's 2 days. Or if you're off path on a horse, it's 2 days. If you're off path on foot, then it's 4 days. So if you guys were to like go and follow just the coastline to get back to Truded, I think that when I counted it out, it'd be like a 6-day journey.
We start heading that way.
I thought you
Possibly.
said since we're not taking a path, it would be 2 days per.
Yeah, you're correct. 2, 4, 6. So about 8-day journey then. If you're just following the coastline.
Okay.
If you hopped on one of the paths somewhere and then cut over, about 7 days, you could shave off a little bit of time that way. Or if you guys decide you're going somewhere else, that's fine too. Just trying to figure out like what your next moves are.
I'm sorry, could you pin where Orchard Shore is?
Top left. Just look up and to the left of.
Oh,
Durien.
it's way up there. Okay. I'm like looking down on the lower part of the fucking continent, like, but where is it?
Nope. There's a reason you guys didn't hear from Quillwise for a couple of days.
Got it. I'm surprised he didn't swing into Churchill on the way and do Case 5, which was just a recruitment, wasn't it?
You think Quillwise is gonna do your guys' recruitment missions?
This man.
I'd say we start
go. I say we go coastline.
Coastline is what I thought too.
Coastline detruded?
Yep.
Okay. Bearing no craziness, we'll basically start up next session kind of resolving the travel real quick, and then we'll just start off intruded. So y'all get a week to think about the colossal amount of shit that you're in and start formulating solutions, which is ironically appropriate because it could take you about a week to get there. So it's almost like you're thinking in real time as your player would be as you're getting to your destination. So it's a fair game. What you can come up with in a week is what you'd be able to come up with a week there, although you guys have the internet and your characters do not. Alright. On that note, I'm going to call it. I'm not even going to raid out because I don't know how that's going to work with 3 streams running at once. So, on that note, I appreciate everyone hanging out. Do we have the other game tomorrow? Or is that
Tomorrow,
next week?
yep.
Tomorrow.
Okay. So, tomorrow at 8 o'clock?
8:30, somewhere in between that time.
Tomorrow at 8 o'clock sometime. Like 8:30, depending on, I think, Christina's gets home. We will have the second episode of the Floating Isles of Etheria. So if you want to see a different campaign, slightly different cast of characters, and me not DMing, which is great, then tune in for that. And then if nothing else, we'll be back next week for episode 23. So good night, everybody.